Hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, Citrus? How's everybody doing today? Let's see. Now you start a new career world, Citrus. How does the helicopter fly? That's what I'm working on now. How's it going there, Manda VR? The artist formerly known as FS Gamer. So did some sculpting work last night. Redid some of the lines of this, so that's a little bit more rounded on the front. I didn't really like some of the nose angles. I really didn't like the window here, so redid some of the sculpting there, so I think this looks better. Worked on the eyebrow, so the eyebrow's a little bit flatter. A little bit more modern look, a little bit more streamlined in the rear. I added the pusher prop. I would say there's a 90% chance that was coming no matter what, so added that in now. A little bit of detailing here and there. Not really too much function work. Redid some of the seating in here. So I have just 5 passenger seats, so that should be fine. So I want to get this thing up and running. I want to get that ship into the career build series. That's why I've been kind of grinding up cash, is trying to do that. So I'm really liking the look of it now. I think it's came together well. You know, there was some thought of shrinking it, you know, width-wise, but I don't think I'm going to. The benefit of this being wide is, you know, I could have put in a padded seat to cut one and then trim it by 2 because I can cut the center section and then that. But you know, I don't think so. I think it's proportionally pretty good, and you know, just cut capability for no real reason. So that's pretty good. Let's start getting functionality going here. So let's see. Trying to think what the best panel is going to be to put in this. So I think, you know, what I'm trying to do more and more now is make modules so that I have like a coaxial helicopter module. So it's all the things I would need to build a coaxial helicopter. So it's super quick and fast. And so I need to get that going. Let me probably want to fix this in here. I don't like that. But yeah, so I want to have a coaxial helicopter modules. All the microcontrollers required for that. Quickly smack stuff together. So some of this stuff I'm kind of doing a little bit fresh because I want to get that really to a high standard so that I can do that. So I need to work on that. Let's see, no, I don't like that. Let me see. All right, we'll leave that as it is for now. If I want to redo that angle, we can. So I thinned the tail section a little bit. That was it was a little bit wide. The main thing was making it wide were these control surfaces. I really don't like these. So I try to minimize how many of these rudders I put in. I don't think they're pretty garish looking like that. So they stick out too much. I'm not super thrilled with that. Let's see if I can push them in. These fins I really don't like. So yeah, see, like I don't like them in there like that. We'll stick them out. That's fine. So that's, yeah, I really don't like those parts. I wish we could get a nice thin one that looked exactly like these. This one's kind of funky looking. Like, it'd be fine if it was this part. This part looks fine, but it's like, it's then built into this block, so it sticks out funny. But let's get some of the functionality going here. So let's grab, I think what we're going to do is, I'm going to grab the modular engine tutorial right here. This is the new modular engine tutorial. Grab that micro there. Alright. And we'll grab this microcontroller there, and we'll go from there. Been doing this more and more, trying to get like use the tutorials as kind of my starting point for when I build a new set of modules. I mean, you know, it'd be nice if I can get some of these modules out, but often don't get them up to where I like them. Alright, so that's in. Then we'll modify this out. So RPS. I don't have any of the other ones hooked up, so we'll have to do that. Let's start plumbing. Alright, so let's look at some of the plumbing in here. So we have all the fuel in here, and then it goes out for the torque. Theoretically, I don't like doing it, but I could. I could theoretically make it so that you can make it so the torque and fuel runs through the same line. You can do that. I'd rather not, actually. Let's see. Let's get rid of symmetry. You know, you can do it, but I'm not a huge fan of doing that. You know, it kind of breaks my brain from a realism point of view, so I don't like to do it. Let's see, if I go there, we kind of screw myself there. What I could do is this. Okay, this is what I'll do. So what we can do is cut here. Cut here. Trying to be careful that I don't run out of space. Okay, that's necessary. What are you, son? Okay, you're necessary as well. Alright, so what I'll do here is grab a fluid port. I need to also consider where my microcontrollers are going, because that is important to have all the microcontrollers plumbed. Alright, so that goes like that. And then what are we looking at here, wise? So then I can go in here, like so. Alright, good. So that is now... it's not going to work there. No, it will. Okay. I thought I looked at it right. So that will work there. So there is the fuel. So the fuel will come down through here and then go right into here. So let's see. I just put a regular block instead of punching in a angle. So let's grab that. I don't like running them the same. If I have to, I'll run the fuel on the torque. Alright, so that's good. So here is the... So it comes up from the clutch, up into the wall, back up into a gearbox. And then it goes into a secondary gearbox, I believe, right here for the rotor. And then for the propeller, goes off gearbox 1 and then comes into a secondary so that I can gear this and the rotors separately so that I can have different rates. So we need to put in manifold pieces to connect the banks. Let's do that now. Symmetry there. Okay, and then we can, it's not going to let me symmetry, which is fine because I don't want to. Okay, good. So that is all the banks connected. Alright, so that's necessary. Let's see. We'll do fuel here. And I'll get rid of symmetry for now. Alright, so there we're fueled. Let's read some of this good chat here. Merry Christmas to all. Yes, yes. How's it going there, Luca? Like the cap sticking out the top. What do you mean, Citrus? Thank you there, Amanda. Thank you, thank you. How's it going there, Zachy? How are ya? Yep, I'll try to minimize rants today. All right, then we'll go on this side. So I will go pipe. All right, that's going to be for the supercharger. So that's the supercharger there. Then we have fluid out, fluid in. So this is perfect. That's going to go to air manifold there. All right, good. And then we need an intake here. That's fine. I can work with that. And then cooling-wise, I thought I had a couple 3-bangers on this side. I do. So we'll put a couple rads here, I think. I don't know how much it's going to need. I haven't really needed that much as far as cooling recently. I kind of want to accessory drive the impeller. So let's see. I could pull an accessory off of here. Generally, impellers have been working better for me recently, so I might end up doing impellers. Let's do a couple rads. We'll do this color here, I think. Alright, so there's 2 rads there. Should be more than enough if I could put one here if I only need the one. Probably only need the one. Yeah, probably only need the one, so... But, okay, somehow, I had symmetry off. Let's run the 1 for now. If I overheat, I'll run 2. So let's do that. No point in overkilling it and running a bunch of stuff that I don't need if I don't need it. So I start plumbing. I need exhaust too, but I'm trying to figure out where I want that. Starter, coolant pump, alternateur. Have a couple more spots for alternateur if we need more power. Fuel is going there. Air is there. Coolant pump and alternator. Battery, I need to put a bat in there, so let's do that. Battery. Put 2. For redundancy's sake, we'll put it low. Alright, plumb that in. Alright, we need engine. And from seat, it's going to be panel. So that's not a bad start for that. Let's see, we need to plumb in the exhaust. So I wanted it out of here, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get it there. We'll see. Actually, I might. Let me see. Probably not. Can I get it in there? No. Not where I wanted it, but it's not a big deal. I could reroute this, maybe. Yeah, I can reroute that and get the exhaust up there. That's what I'll do. I wanted the exhaust there, so that was... Let's do this. Get rid of symmetry again. Alright, so that's rerouted, and then I need exhaust, cat, and turn. So let's see. Let's see. Can I only do 1 cat? Do it like that, I can only get the 1 cat in, so. Trying to double cat it. Let me see, I can't cut there. Nope. I have a lot of like really complicated geometry in here with bigger parts, so it makes it a little bit hard to get things fitting in there. Yeah, so that's just wonky weird for no particular reason. Let's cut that back for a second. I want to put a couple cats in there. Put another one if I push this out. So let's see. Do I want to push this out? Probably no. That's a 2-banger, so I don't. I want that there just for funsies. So let's route from here. Oh, nope, can't do it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get that in where I want it. That's not a big deal. Okay. We'll leave that in for decoration, and then I'll just run the exhaust somewhere else. Alright, so let's see. Let's get this coolant plumbed up. That's a little bit more important to get going now. Let's see. I'm gonna redo this. So, one accessory is running off of here. So we need to check something really quickly. So let's go like this. Bang a hole in there. Cooling has been kind of a pain lately, so let's just go right to impeller. I know impeller has been working best for me, so I'm going to run an impeller on cooling. And so what we'll do is we'll move you, cut you, we'll move you out a block like so. Okay. And then we will grab another one of you. Alright, so this is going to be like my accessories here. Alright, so that's replumbed, and then now I can pull torque off of this. Alright, and we're gonna go down like so. Another impeller. Alright, so let's see. We have fluid in. Coolant manifold. Alright, so that is cooling plumbed. Exhaust still needs to be done. What are you? An angle. What are you? 1 by. Right there is. Okay. So I'll find some place for this exhaust in a moment. Problem is I got all these big blocks. Like this is all like complex blocks in here. They're not simple. I think we'll just do a bottom exhaust here somewhere. I want to put a cat in, so. Alright, so let's make that my exhaust. Make an executive decision. Nope, not right there. Crap. Crap. Nothing. It's so hard the way I have this. Get this plumbed in for exhaust. Let's move this up. Let's move the rad up by 1. Alright, there we go. Now we should be able to plumb in the exhaust wherever I want it. Alright, good. That'll work. Alright, good. And then let's see. Let's go symmetry back on. T-piece manifolds here. Alright, good. Nice. Thinking I'm gonna need at least 2 cats to get this, and then what we'll do is I'll run dual exhausts out here. I'm allergic to the smoke, so I mind a little bit of it, but don't want too much of it. Alright, so there's the exhaust. Alright, and then this is going to be to check the radiator. So I want to plumb this up. I want to get this engine started, revved up, and we'll see what how we look for that. Want to make sure that we're pumping properly. Let's take a... Where's the clutch value? So this is for a car. So this needs to be modified. So for... Where are we at here? There's clutch. Clutch is right here, so... I'm going to change the conditions here. So if the clutch... clutch engagement RPS is greater than 3.5, that is going to go right there. And this is going to go there. And then we have no WS component here anymore. Alright, so that will engage the clutch when we have enough to clutch in. And what are we running? Like 6, I think? Alright. Let's see what my set RPS is. So, if I can run at 6.6, that tends to be what I like to run my helicopters at because I'll do a 9-to-1. So, 3, 3. So that's a 9-to-1 to the rotors. So, you know, 60 is my max of what I want. So it'd be 60 divided by 9. is 6.66, so devil's number. 6.66 repeating. So this keeps the RPS really low, which is nice. All right, max RPS is going to be 6.6. That's not 6, is it? 6.66. Let's just run that for there. Like that for now. Let's get the seat plumbed in so that we can try to run this up. I believe it's 6. Yeah, okay. So let's see, we have fuel, we have no air yet. We gotta plumb in air, so here's our air. Right there. Alright, so we now have air, we have fuel, we have exhaust. We should be able to start, hopefully. Alright, let's try that. Pause the music a second here. Alright, it's on. Let's see what it's doing. I want to check. Alright, so likely the clutch is not engaged yet. Let's see what's up with this. Get in chat in a second here. So we have, okay, let's see, 6.66 going to the PID, RPS there. What is this and condition? Overheat, okay, that's there. P-value 0.18, so it's running. Why is it not revving up? Now let's check the clutch. 0.005. Did I not update some of this stuff? Alright, so if okay, this right here is screwed up. I didn't update it, that's why. Okay. I didn't update a bunch of stuff, unfortunately, so I gotta fix that again. Alright, so that's fixed. This is 6.6 going directly to the PID. Let's try that now. It was running, the clutch wasn't going. There we go. I have no controls on this. I'm hoping it stays in the ground until I get this radiator checked. Right, so we have good, stable flow rates. That's my new favorite way to do this is I'm just doing an impeller. It maxes out at 170 liters per second, so you can see this is close. This is probably enough. You need about 7.2 RPS on the impeller to get max flow rate. As you can see, we're pretty close, so there's no point in me throwing a gearbox in there unless we start having a heating problem. So that's not bad. As you can see, this is moving too slow. That will get geared up likely. Let me catch up on some of this chat. How's it going there, Alexander? Good to see you. Yep, there's always been ads on live streams. YouTube Premium. I don't know what it's called, but the thing sticking out one block on top of the cockpit windows. Let me see. Oh, this eyebrow. This eyebrow, the visor. Is that what you're talking about? Citrus? Hey, Cap, I'm starting a new career save. Do you think career classic? No, I've never played classic. I'm not interested in it personally. I like the regular career. Classic, I don't want to have to deal with parts unlocked. I want to build what, you know, I already think we don't have enough parts. Let me turn the volume down here. I already think we don't have enough parts, so I don't want to artificially, I don't want to artificially limit myself. That's my opinion on that, so. But this is running really well. This should be super efficient. This is running at like, you know, maximum of 6.6. So this should be really fuel efficient. We have a lot of fuel. We have like, what was it, 541 divided by 3.785 is 142 gallons of fuel in here. So this thing should be both fuel efficient and very, and have a long range. All right, good. So we're up and running. That's nice. Let's gear this sucker up. I'm thinking, let's see. This might be too much. We'll see if this stresses the engine too much. That's gonna be mammoth. That's a 2701. So let's see. 6.6 times 27 is 178 RPS on the tail rotor. If we can maintain that, this thing's gonna be super fast. Yeah, see that's moving. We're super fast now. Nice. So engine seems plenty powerful to handle this. This thing should be very fast. It should be work pretty well. All right, good. So first starts are up and running, so that's good. Let's go ahead and get working. The nice thing with the physics sensor, again, I'll sing the praise of the physics sensor again, is like when Basilicious first made these screens, these panels are pretty big, and it took up quite a bit of area. With the physics sensor, that's like all it takes to run all the screens, which is really nice. That really cut it down. It was a huge update for saving space. All right, good. That's good. Let's go ahead and we'll save this up. I think I took out all the crap I didn't need. Let's save this. Okay. And I want to bring in, what's the next thing I need? Coaxial helicopter tutorial. Let's just grab this one. That's the most recent one I've had that has the basics tutorial on it. Let's see, where are you at, guy? So this has rotor function on here. What are you? Gyro, stabilize pitch. Okay, what am I running to? Let's see. Engine controller. Basics car. Where is the coax going here? There's coaxial right here, this panel here. Alright, let's see. That is top collective. It's going to be bottom collective. Collective main, yaw desired. Okay, that's good. I think that's all I need on that. Alright. And then I don't even run these off, so let's see. We're running them from here. So pitch, okay, from the seat. Make sure those are all seat bound. They are. Okay, good. So that's pitch. Up down is collective. Yaw is left right. And then we have AD as roll. Can't remember which one was roll right there. Okay, and then what is left on here? That's just going out. Okay, and then auto hover is, what did I put on that as? Hotkey 6 will make that the trigger for now. Nice, jam some more crap in here. Test it out. Now, let's see if we can get a flight. I can't put it there. The we'll run without those elevators for now. I don't really need the elevators on there yet, so that'll be helpful. Once you get up to speed, it's nice to have actual control surfaces. All right, let's. We should be plumbed. And then what am I running there? So this runs, pitch goes direct from the gyro to both pitches, I believe. You see pitch goes to both, yep. Okay. And I think roll, let's see, pitch. Okay, and then what are we running? Stock roll? I think it's stock roll on there. It's been a while since I made coaxes. And okay, I'm doing one roll just because I don't, if it rolls, more than I would like it to, I just do one. If I want it more roll, I can add two. Let's see if we can get a flight. That's a little bit of weight there on the tail is sitting it down, so that's not going to work with the propeller if this is sitting on its tail, so let's add a little bit of ballast in here until I get that off the tail. Okay. Alright. That little bit of ballast is all it took. So this is no gyro. This is no auto hover on. So this is me just flying. So it's like hands off. My hands are off now. It's already balanced well. That's the big thing. Like somebody was asking in help the other day of, their helicopter was unstable. You need to get the helicopter stable. The rotors, your lift needs to be at the center of gravity. It needs to be balanced, and you can run it with auto hover off. Like my hands are off again. I'm just letting it do what it wants to do. Now I need to correct it a little bit, but you see minimal correction, so that's already nice and stable. All right, good. Collective's a little bit weak. So I might need to up the RPS a little bit. Might be robbing too much power because collective's pretty weak. I'll have to see what the RPS is. Likely we're below the threshold of where we need to be. So that's, but it's flying pretty well so far. So let's check. Let's grab, we already have a dial in here. So let's just grab this, plug that into the RPS and spawn it. I want to see where we're at. I've talked about how I do my p-values for a lot of my engines. I run artificially low p-values, and then I just, I run an artificially low p-value, and I put a number bigger than where I really want it. So you see we're down to 3.6, so I want it around 6. So that tail rotor might be stealing too much energy from us, so let's see where this levels out at. Yeah, I want that to be around 6.6. So I might be overstressing the engine. So first thing I'm going to do is try to bring this up. Put this right under the rotors. I have to click under it. So let's make that 10 for now just to get it up to where I want it. Because, I have a lot of room to de-stress the engine because that pusher prop is taking a lot of energy from me. So currently at 6.8, so we're probably maybe a little high. Yep, you see how it's misbehaving? That's because the rotors are over 60. So 10's a little high. All right, let's go down. I have to get under the rotors to click on this. Let's go from 10 to 8. Not 87, please, no. All right, there we go. So I want this sub 6.6 is what I want. So just barely. I want as close to 6.6 as I can get it without going over, frankly. There we go. Starting to rev up. All right, good. There we go. So now I have enough collective. I can climb. Probably, yeah, see, that's going over 60 now. So probably robbing too much power, which is what I think I'm doing. So let's go ahead, because the problem is every time I increase the blade pitch on my rotors, because I'm already stealing too much power, it is putting load in the engine, so it's causing it to slow down, and then, you know, it's having issues. So what we'll do here is, let's go to like a 7 on there. And let's come in here, and so I'm running a 27 to 1 on the tail propeller. Let's run an 18 to 1 on that. So that should cut down the stress on the engine, so that when I add load on it, like, you know, collective, it's not slowing down as much. Let's go ahead. I'm just gonna. I think the trigger is locked on this already, default. Yep. So I've got the auto hover on this time. There we go. Let's see where this stabilizes. Why is it stabilizing so low this time? Let's see. Alright, so that's behaving better. So de-stressing the engine. Nice. That's flying really well. Start to integrate in the pusher prop next. Alright, so that works well, because we're going to stress the engine out again when we put in the pusher prop, because it's going to, you know, as I increase the blade pitch, it's putting load on the engine, so I need to test all this out. Let's go back up to higher number on this. Let's go to 10 again. Let's see. I need to start putting in a pusher prop, so let's do throttle for now. And then I want 1, 2. Did I put the right ones, or did I put this one behind me? No, I put the right one. Okay. Okay, and then it's going to be negatives, so let's go. It's backwards, so. The prop is backwards, so it needs to go like that. That's better. There. Okay, so that's good. And then this is going to go out to the collective on that. Now, I need to look at the... See, I need to get rid of this. So let's get rid of this. Oops. What did I click on? I didn't click on anything. Alright, so let's look. So center of gravity is a little bit low of the center of thrust, but not by much. It's pretty close. So it might not cause us any problems. We're literally like a block off. So it's not that bad. We'll see how it behaves. It should be probably pretty good. But we'll get this engine started up. We'll see. It seems like it's still a little bit on the hair of stress. So what I could do is decrease the main rotor a little bit. Alright, there we go. It's going up now. Let's put on the auto hover just to get consistent results. See, it's over revving the blades now because I increased to 10, which was too much. I'm going to start adding in the tail rotor. Yeah, I'm going to have to decrease that or else that's going to be a problem. Let's go in here and go to 8. Over revving those rotors up top, so. Alright. I think the auto hover's on now. Alright, let's start putting in some pusher prop. Alright, so it is torquing out. That's fine. I will fix that with control surfaces will fix that. So it's rolling with the propeller in the back. The control surfaces will counteract that. So, all right. Could do counter rotating, but I don't want to. We'll fix it with control surfaces. Probably that looked pretty damn fast. So what I'm gonna see is, let's run this 9-to-1. Let's just do that because I don't think I need. I'm not gonna need that much power going out of there, or that much rotation. Make an executive decision on that because I just don't think I'm gonna need it. So that will understress us by a lot more. I'm not afraid of fuel usage on this, so let's go 3-1 on that. Let's keep that as 3-1. But I could come back down off of this. If I could double these up, I can run the same setup. So I might be able to get a gearbox out of there. But we're running 9-to-1 rotor, 9-to-1 tail rotor. All right. Let's get in a control system for the elevons. We'll make a quick microcontrol for the elevons, as we're going to need that. So elevons is elevators and ailerons. So what do we need? Input from the gyro. So we need double ins, double outs. Okay. Gyro, roll. Gyro, pitch. Port. Alright, which one is going to be upside down is the question. Start real simple for now. We shall plumb these in and check them. Alright, so this is going to go pitch, roll, port. Where's the starboard? Starboard. Alright, let's test those out. And then where's yaw? Test out these control surfaces while we're here. Check chat in a second. Alright, pitch is correct. Roll right. That's so rolling right. I need so starboard needs to be inverted. Yaw is correct. Okay, good. So starboard needs to be inverted. Okay. Test it out, and then that should help. We can put a trim factor in there as well. Let us see. Let's read some of this chat while it's going here. Helicopters for the new home ship. Yep. Why does this sound like the engine doesn't want to speed up? I don't know what it's doing. What's it doing? What's going on here? Okay, what did I do that's now misbehaving with this? Why is this all acting funky now? Base in the engine facing the... Okay, let's see. 3-1, 3-1. Let's screw with these gearboxes really quick. Go there. Okay. Let's fix this up. Play with these gearboxes a little here. Now that we're on the same ratio. Okay, that goes there. That's fake. That goes up to the rotors. That's a fuel there. Okay. I'm gonna screw with that too much. What's underneath that? Can I cut under? I think I can now. Okay, nice. I can cut in here now, which that's beautiful. Okay, good. That's good there. Alright, good. There we go. What is this? Okay, I can extend the fuel tank if I wanted, but I don't really need to or want to. Make sure this is still looking good. That is, okay. Alright, so there's one gearbox, 3-1. What are you? Okay, 1x2. Tight on space, which is sucky. Yeah, I just have too much geometry in here. Go there. Ugh. Alright, so I gotta do it this way. There's a reason I did that. What are you? Okay, that can go there. Alright, good. Alright, so that is another 3-1. We can't cut anywhere there, so we're gonna have to go forward, which is fine. We'll cut. We can't cut there either. I can go down though. Alright, we'll go down to the left. Sucks. I wanted to go right, but we can move it to the left. Alright, that's fine. Then this can go cutting out that gearbox now, which is nice. What is this? Why is it? Okay, that's why that's like that. Alright. Okay. Alright, rotors replumbed in there. Let's get in. So we have our 2 gearboxes here. This is going to go angle like that. Then this is going to be a pipe, T-piece pipe. T-piece like so. It's going to be angled over here and then down like so. And then this one we fixed on this side. We're good over here. We are. Okay. Alright, then where do we come out? Right here. Okay. Move slowly there, game. There we go. Alright, nice. That's an elbow. Alright, this cuts out some gearboxes. Alright, I cut out a, that would be why. That's why I cut out a manifold section, and that that disconnected a whole bank of the engine, so we'll reconnect that in a second. That's why we were having power problems last time. What is that? Oh, the bottom of the gyro. Okay. Alright, so that's reconnected now, so we have just 2 gearboxes, and then I need to reconnect this bank on this side, so that was why we have massive power problems, was disconnected a manifold piece. Alright, good, so that's better. Let's read some of this good here, chat. Yeah, I usually do regular career, add the custom menu. That's what I do as well, Citrus. Oh, they break when they hit the ground? That's neat. How's it going, Basilicious? What's happening? Oh, nice. Let's see. Do I have to use a gyro? No. I have my ultralights don't have any gyro on them. Yes, I'm gonna put the new props in the home ship. Oh, thank you, CG. Yeah. Alright, good. So, caught up on chat. Alright, so let's give this another test flight. I think we should be pretty good here. Fix the engine issue, which was just me deleting a manifold. Alright, so we have pitch. We now have roll. So roll, as you can see, is on the large control surfaces, so that should help us with the torque of the tail rotor, or the pusher prop rather. So the pusher prop, it wants to move the helicopter opposite to the prop. I also changed the gearing. That was going like 178 to 1. Or 1 to 178. And so that was really a lot of torque for the helicopter. So by changing the gearing a little bit, that will help. And then also adding the control surface. The flutter is just the sensitivity in the gyro too high. We'll fix that. See, it still wants to roll, but now because the torque is less in the rotor, and the control surface will actually try to overcome it. You can see them trying to overcome it. So now we can trim that in. So what I can do is put a correction factor if I want to automate that. The flutter is, you know, a lot of people just like, the gyro sucks because they get flutter. Again, you get that thing. I did it yesterday with the new props, is I didn't bother clicking on them. You know, click on things, change settings. You know, your computer's not going to explode if you test out a setting. So it's like, you know, come in here, click on the gyro. So we're getting pitch flutter, which is generally what you'll get. It's pitch flutter. So come in here and look, pitch is at 100%. No wonder it's fluttering. Go down to like 20%. take all these down to 20s and see how it performs. You know, a lot of people won't do that. They won't, you know, new players will say that. They won't grab these and move them. It's like everything, if you click on it, change some settings, you know. See what it does. That's, you know, I hear constantly that stock gyro sucks, and I put it on everything, and it works fine. You know, it's just gotta learn how to use it. Alright, so I've got auto hover on this time. Just all that is smoothing. It tries to keep you from pitching, tries to keep you from rolling. It's just a dampener, a damper. So there comes the roll, not a big deal. We just put in a correction. So what I can do is do essentially a correction. If I know what my max torque is on this, which would be right now, and then I look at my correction factor. My correction factor is going to be, let's get it leveled out perfectly here. So like, let's say that's the correction factor, right? You know, I can put that in, and I can set it so that if it's 0.37, let's say we put in a correction factor of 0.33, so it'd be, you would add the whatever I put in with that throttle directly to your correction factor. You know, as anti-torque, which this happens in real life. You know, there's a reason why when you take off in a single-engine propeller plane, you have to use a lot of right rudder. You know, torque is part of it, P factor is the other. It's a natural thing, and people think it's like, oh, the game, weird physics. It's like, no, man, that happens in real life. You get torque off your propeller IRL, you know. It's just that most games say, oh, we don't want to confuse people, so we'll take that out. And this game is an engineering game, so it leaves it in. All right, I want to test speeds, so let's go ahead and bring this back. Well, I understand your complaints of the stock gyro, Hamish. I'm talking about people who say it's useless and stuff like that. They're overselling the point that they don't understand it. Is what I'm talking about. It's a direct commentary on precise comments people have made. It's not a generalized comment. Let's get this plumbed in somewhere. Put these in. Where can I put these? That could go there. Let's move this. Let's see what's in here, right there. Let's cut it out so I can see. Plenty of fuel in this, so. Alright, let's paint. Paint you up there, guy. Probably a little bit tall for that. I might try to move it later, but I just want it in for now. Do I have a physics sensor in here? I think I do. Just this one for now. We'll move this later to where I want it. Alright, let's do occupado. Where's occupied? The hell's occupied right there? Okay. I misclicked that. No, I didn't. Okay, good. Alright, let's do a speed test with the pusher going max. If torque's too bad, I can always put a counter rotating in there. I'd rather not, but we'll see. Yeah, that's the thing is that all the gyro is a bunch of PIDs, you know. And yes, you can make more compact ones, but it's like I don't have the desire to really make. I've made a couple custom ones. I don't really have the desire to do it. And part of it's the contrarian in me when I hear people say like, "Oh, it's useless." It's like, it isn't useless, you know. They oversell their point, you know. You know, and one of the reasons I make a big deal of the gyro is like, you know, you'll have some people who've been around a lot, you know, a while, but they don't really know much about the physics and stuff, and they'll go right on there and Reddit, whatever, and they'll tell a new player that, oh, the stock gyro sucks, don't use it. And the problem is that person's not going to learn how to make some of these things, and it's better to kind of play with it and learn how to do it, because the problem is, you know, they'll go use these cure-all gyros that essentially, they do what other games do and they'll cheat it. That's what the gyro's doing, is it's cheating it. And the problem with that is you don't understand why something doesn't work, and so you can't fix it if you don't understand why something doesn't work. And so I think it's better to learn why something works, why something doesn't work. Learn things like torque, P-factor. You know, P-factor doesn't really happen in game, but torque does. And if you understand why something is torquing, you can then understand how to correct it. You know, people, you know, there are some, especially new players who've never flown real aircraft before, will think it's weird that you have to trim your aircraft. It's perfectly natural. That's every aircraft you fly, in real life, you have to trim. But because they're used to games, they don't understand that, yeah, that's a natural, normal thing. You trim your aircraft. And so understanding that, yeah, that's a normal thing, just most games, you know, cheat it and take it out because they don't think you can figure it out. You know, this game, you know, you actually can figure it out. Yeah, that's kind of why I make a deal with that. Yeah, so if the prop turns one direction, the vehicle's going to turn the other. So the prop here is turning right, and so it's turn. I don't know. I can't tell whether it's spinning. It's hard to tell when it's spinning. Sometimes they look like they're spinning backwards. No. I just, sometimes I shut off the rotor pitch, but I don't need to in this, and I actually kind of don't want to because the control surfaces here right now are mostly doing torque prevention. And so I could use the extra bit of pitch. Like, I'm going to take off the gyro. Gyro also has a limiting factor. It kind of limits how far you can move your control surfaces. So, like, I was limited. I couldn't pitch down very well with the gyro, with the auto hover on, because the whole auto hover's job is don't let you pitch, don't let you roll, don't let you yaw. That's what it is. So it's a damper. It wants to dampen your motions. And so by, you know, having the auto, that's why I don't like the auto hover on all the time, and I rarely fly with it on, is, you know, it's nice for when you just want to quickly have it kind of hold you straight and level, because, like, what will happen is there's a bunch of different stability in aircraft. You have, like, static stability, dynamic stability, you know, and so, like, it's does the vehicle tend to accentuate the motion, or does it tend to go back to stable? So, like, a lot of training aircraft have, what is it? What is it? Just dynamic static stability? I'm trying to remember. Is it dynamic static stability? I think it's dynamic static stability. It tends to go back towards a stable state. And then you have dynamic unstable, which is it tends towards an unstable state. So, for example, if I let go of this craft and it stabilizes, it doesn't continue to pitch down. Like, see how it's pitching and pitching up? My hands have been off for a while. You know, this is dynamically unstable, which is fine, but you just need to know that. Dynamically static is kind of what the auto hover would do, simulate. So if I click that on, this is dynamically stable. This has dynamic static stability. And so what it's going to do is it's going to tend towards being in a stable position. So, like, you have a lot of airplanes that if you let, like, for example, a Cessna 172, if I let go of the controls, the nose is going to pitch down. As the nose pitches down, you gain speed. As you gain speed, you gain airflow over the wings. As you gain airflow over the wings, you gain lift. So what happens if you let go and it pitches the nose down? As it speeds up, the nose pitches back up. And it does this oscillation where the oscillation gets less and less. And eventually the plane will be in a very small oscillation. You have other airplanes that as it does that, the oscillation gets worse and worse and worse. Let me see if I can... Alright. Let me try to find some pictures here on some of this. It's been a long time since I've had to teach this, so I probably getting some of it wrong too on which one's dynamically static. Here we go. It's positive and negative and neutral. Okay, that's what. Couldn't think of the terminology to save my life. All right, so like here is positive static and positive dynamic stability. So as it becomes unstable, it will restabilize. Here's positive static and negative dynamic stability. So what it's going to do is when you upset it, you notice it's getting bigger and the waves are getting larger over time. That's bad, especially bad for a student pilot. Is the student pilot is going to get this, and they call it pilot-induced oscillation. The pilot will make the oscillation worse, and so the plane becomes more and more out of control. That's not good for student pilots. So, for example, they make the planes, a lot of trainer planes like this, so you can literally let go on a Cessna 172 and it will become more stable. It will actively reduce oscillation, and the plane will, it will automatically, like, as it gains speed, the nose comes up. As the nose comes up, it starts to lose speed. As the nose comes up and it loses speed, it starts losing lift while the nose comes back down. So it goes in a very gentle oscillation, and over time, the wave action gets smaller and smaller, so it'll be like this. So like you could take your hands off a Cessna 172. That's like sometimes we'd tell a student is let go of the controls. You know, let go of the controls and let it stabilize and see what the plane's going to do without your hands on it. And then you know how much you're upsetting it and how much it is. So like here's positive static and neutral dynamic. But yeah, so that's kind of what I'm talking about there. Is that's essentially what it's doing. Is it's working as a dampening force to change the oscillation. So like this graph is a little bit more continued on there. So like you can see this is essentially what the gyro is doing, is it's maintaining you in kind of a stable oscillation, and that's all the PID's doing. Is when you put a PID in there, and that's all the gyro is, a PID. And then here you can see this one here is getting worse over time. You don't want that. You want something more like this. This here is reducing the oscillation. This is ideally what you want. You have a big oscillation and it will take it down to a small oscillation. This here will maintain the oscillation essentially. So ideally, you know, for a trainer, you want the plane to fix itself. For more professionals, you know, this works better just because the plane will do whatever you made it do. Student, you want to help it out. So that's kind of some of the stability stuff that's interesting. All right, I don't have a way to test temperature here, so a little bit over trimmed on this. Let's under trim it a little bit. There we go. All right, so we're doing a good, what are we doing, 131 knots, so that's not too shabby. That's not too bad. Let's see what the RPS is at. 527, so we could come up on the RPS a little bit. RPS is a little bit low. All right, let's read some of this chate. Yeah, you could certainly make a better gyro, but you know, I don't have the interest to really go and make a gyro and deal with it. I can easily use the stock gyro. The stock gyro is a pain for size-wise. It's big, but you know, one nice thing is, for example, if you're doing an airplane, you don't need up-down stabilization, so you can get rid of that node. But, you know, for me, I build so many vehicles that it's easier for me just to do it. I'm not going to use something off the workshop. I'd rather make it myself. And the other thing, like I said, is, you know, I keep hearing people saying stock gyro is useless, don't use the stock gyro. It's not useless. It has a use. Part of it is it's an off-the-shelf part, and I do it as kind of a contrarian to say, like, hey, look, you can take the stock gyro and you can have an airplane that flies incredibly realistically, no problem. You know, you just have to take the time to do it, you know. It's the same thing like when somebody says, "Oh, you can't, you know, don't bother." Like they told me before, like don't bother putting a crane in your boat. The physics suck. You know, you can't crane a container onto your boat. Okay, so what do? I go build one that works, and it's kind of that challenge is when somebody says it can't be done, I want to actually go try it and see if it can be done. You know, and that's kind of my nature. Let's see. Helicopters with extra props feels a little bit off. Feels like gyroplane. Gyroplane? You mean gyrocopter? What's a gyroplane? Um, how you fix heli shaking on high RPS? Reduce the sensitivity in the gyro. Reduce the RPS. Try to keep the rotor RPS below 60. That's like right now we're a little bit less than 60 on my rotor. So the problem is the game. It's essentially it's putting you in a bad oscillation is why it goes crazy when the rotors go over 60. Is you know it's starting to it's like it has too high of a p-value, and because it's moving so fast, each oscillation imparts a lot of force, and it eventually just can't catch up. You know, and that's kind of the issue. I might put some trim tabs on this for torque. I might put some dedicated trim tabs because I'm using, like, the problem already I have is these are elevons, so they're doing both elevator and aileron work. They're doing both already. So if I had to go in a cross control situation where I'm pitching up and rolling at the same time like this, I'm already limited to 50% in each regime, and now I'm giving 30% away to torque correction. So what I might do is add some small fins for torque correction, and that way I can have all my elevon back. But as you can see, it's not bad. I have a correction in there now of 33%, which is pretty good. You know, so that's not a bad correction there. I could put that in as a correction factor, and that will work fine. Aside from design choice, is there any advantage for choosing heli with prop against VTOL? Yeah, because I've made VTOLs recently. You know, for a lot of people, VTOLs are very challenging. I think that's why, for example, for the build challenge, what was golf? That was a VTOL. I had three people ended up submitting. VTOL is one of the more challenging things to make. You know, they're not that bad, but for a lot of people, they're very challenging. And there's a lot of transition in it. There's a lot getting it correct. I like I like having different craft. I like having a helic. Like, at first, I wasn't going to put a pusher prop on this. And then I decided I just want to, the speed. I'm not going to get the speed I want. It's just a game limitation. I'm not going to tilt the rotors. But, like, this does 128 knots, which is pretty good. Probably get a little bit more. So, like, one thing you could do is I'm going to increase the RPS. The blade count does matter. So, for example, if I wanted my tail rotor, I'm trying to think of the best way. So, like, if I wanted to reduce some of my load on my engine, I could decrease the blade count. Like, some people will just click it right up to max. That's putting a lot of load on there. It's like you trying to put 2 boat oars in your hands and still paddle your boat with 2. It's going to be more efficient, but you're not going to be able to go as fast because you have both arms working on each, it's not going to be as efficient. Let me try to put this correctly. It's going to be more efficient. You're moving more water, but you're going to be moving slower because you don't have the muscles to be moving too. And so by increasing the blades, it's like that. Yeah, it's you having an oar in both hands. Your greater efficiency, but your speed's going to likely go down because you're overloading yourself is the way to think of it. Let me try to read some chat while I'm just moving around. It's a game thing, Tandem. The game, you can't get the helicopters without a bunch of chicanery to go as fast as they would in real life. You don't get as much tilt on the rotors. You don't get as much vector, forward thrust vector as you would in real life. So, and there are a bunch of helicopters IRL that have pusher props, especially modern helicopters. Let's see. You know, like if we look at modern helicopters right now, we've got Sikorsky Raider has a pusher prop. S97. These are some old ones. The Cheyenne had a pusher. Where's the Airbus? I built the Airbus, or was inspired by the Airbus. Like, there's the Sikorsky again. They canceled the Sikorsky, which sucks. I'm trying. I can't see the game at the same time, but there we go. I'm upside down. Let me put the auto hover on so I can just. I'm just trying to see if this will overheat. I don't think it will. Well, let's bring that back up. So there are a bunch with pushers and pullers. Not many pullers. This is the Airbus. I made one that was kind of inspired by this with dual pullers. You know, it's super efficient to do it like this. You get more directed thrust. In game, you need like a 45-degree angle to get any speed out of your helicopter. The problem is at a 45-degree angle, you can't see anything but the ground. So it's pretty miserable in game to look straight down and try to operate. So it's much better in game to put a pusher or a puller. That way you can have a flat deck angle, you can get a lot more speed. So it's a game thing, you know. Again, this isn't our world, this is the game's world. You know, and that's just part of the game, and that's why people do it, is it's one of the most efficient ways. It's more comfortable. You know, again, you know, if you were in a regular helicopter here, let's bring the thrust down on this. So like if I was trying to, so I was doing 128. If I stop the pusher, right, and I want to get my max speed here, so I'm going to have to angle. And so with the gyro on, so with the auto hover on, I'm pitching down 20 degrees. IRL 20 degrees is extreme down pitch. That's a lot. You know, that would be pretty uncomfortable. And I'm doing 81 knots. Not bad, but not great. And so if I took the gyro, so let's see, can we maintain altitude? No. See, we can't maintain altitude. We're descending like crazy. So like if I were to get us where we can maintain altitude and try to do this, we're probably going to do maybe 50 knots. In real life, you know, you have helicopters that will do like 130 knots with just the rotors. We don't have that in game. So by putting in the pusher or the puller prop like Katie did has, I can get really, really good speeds, and I can have a flat deck angle. So we're only down, we're down 5 degrees right now, and now we're climbing with -2 degrees, probably. And so with this, I can keep my deck angle normal, and I can go really good speed. So that's why people do it in game. So it's a game thing. So like you see, let's see, it was overheating on. Engine overheating's on, so we have no cooling problem, I don't think. So should be fine with cooling. I'm actually going to land it instead of recalling it, and I will see how we're doing on temperature. I think we should be fine. But that's one thing I've switched over to now is I'm using impellers for my cooling on most of my builds, I think. Unless they make another change to how things are working, because I really don't need a lot of RPS on that. I need to fix the trim here. I don't need a lot of RPS on that impeller to get really good flow rates. So let's see. There we go. So like this, you know, this helicopter can go 80 knots comfortably without the pusher, but I go 130 something with the pusher. So it's worth it to me to have the pusher in there and get some better speeds. Yeah, I don't know how fast the Black Shark goes. Black Shark's really fast. That is the coaxial, you know. Just want to test the temp on this. So we're up to 7, I guess. I don't want to screw with that too much. Alright, yeah, so the temperature in the actual radiator is only 37 degrees. I don't have a readout of the rest of the temps, but I think we have no problem. So 1 3x3 running an impeller, I think is fine. Not having any issues with it. Let's bring this back to the workbench. Let's check some of this chat here. Yeah, but that's how you fix heli on shaking, is keep that RPS lower than 60. The shaking is really nothing. The shaking he's talking about has nothing really to do with being a coaxial or not. Or reduce fuel. What? How would that stop shaking? How's it going there, Neo? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Saw some of your vids pop up the other day. Saw a couple of shorts. Yeah, the easiest thing to do with outboards is, again, if you put the steering stability controller in there, it limits how fast the outboard can turn, and that fixes your outboard issues. Put your stabilization fins on the bottom of the outboard. I usually put it on the small propeller, and that makes it so that you don't have any pitching problems either. It's not. It should be lower than what the engine temp is. Like, the radiator can be at 40 degrees, and the engine could be at 100 degrees. Which makes sense, you know, it's the... Yeah, I meant to bring up a torque diagram really quick. I got into torque P factor. Let's do left turning tendencies, left turning... So, like, so much of this stuff is, like, knowing the keywords for this stuff to find diagrams. So, like, talking single-engine airplanes here. Oh, piss off. I want this picture. All right, so, like this here, you have torque. Torque is what we're dealing with now. So, as the propeller turns right, for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. So, as the propeller turns right, the plane wants to rotate to the left. So that's a left turning tendency. So as you can see, so the prop turns right, the plane turns left. And so when you take off in a single engine plane like this, you need a lot of right rudder. You almost use full right rudder. You're probably using like 75% rudder. And so part of that's torque. As you increase the thrust, you know, as a seasoned pilot, you know, as you increase the thrust in a single engine propeller plane, as you're adding that power in, you're automatically adding in right foot. As you pull the power back, you automatically pull your right foot. You know, people act as though that's weird. They'll automate it in game. They'll do things like I'm going to probably do, where as you increase the thrust, it will automatically increase some torque correction. IRL, you do the torque correction with your foot. So as you add power, right rudder comes in. As you take it out, right rudder comes out. You also have P factor. P factor we don't get in games. So the way the slipstream comes off the propeller is, as the slipstream comes off, it spirals back and it hits your rudder. All right. And so because it spirals and hits your rudder, it's trying to push your rudder left. So it spirals and it hits the rudder like this. So you need to put in right rudder to correct for that. So let's see. And then at high angles of attack, it gets worse. So as you're pitching up higher, you're going to need more right rudder. So, like, when we would do stalls, we put it up on its tail, and we would max out the rudder. Like, you could get to a situation where you actually max out the rudder. Here we go. This one, I think, might be what I'm talking about now. It's not a really good diagram, but like at high angle of attack, you need more right rudder. So when you're taking off, you need a bunch of right rudder going down the runway. Then as soon as you rotate, now your angle of attack's up, you need even more right rudder. You know, so these are all things you have to consider IRL, that we do get some of them in game. We don't get P factor, we do get torque though. So you need torque corrections. That's why, you know, a helicopter has that's why we need a tail rotor in game, and that's why you need it in IRL. It's why you don't need it with a coax. Is, you know, it's basic physics of, as the rotor turns one way, the helicopter wants to turn right. So as the rotor turns to the right, the helicopter wants to move opposite to the left. So you put in a tail rotor, and then as you increase the throttle on your rotor and it turns right faster, it wants to turn left more, you need to increase the pressure on your on your rudder pedals in your helicopter to work the tail rotor. So, but torque is very much in game. All right, save this up. So it was good getting this running. So this is up and running, which is lovely. Let's have a little funsies with it. Now let's go and we'll bring in the home shippy and land on it. I've tested it; it fits fine, but it'd be fun to land it on there for the first time. I want to see how they approach. This approach should be good. I don't have anything in the way. Hiya. But this is a good size too. I like the size of this. All right, let's catch up with some of this chat here. Yeah, Boeing might have done something. I don't know. Boeing has so many partnerships now too. It's like it's hard to tell if like it'll say, you know, partnership with Boeing, so it's like, you know, they all use it for advertising too. Boeing like, oh, come look at our latest helicopter. Well, like Sikorsky might have built like 90% of it, and Boeing was like, did the engines or something, and you know, so I don't know, but wouldn't surprise me. You know, that's kind of the new thing is a lot of them are going to pushers. You get better efficiencies out of them. You know, so it makes a lot of sense to go with pushers or pullers. You know, like on the Airbus there, like I'll show you my version of it. You know, you have two propellers, which are puller props, and you can use those for your torque correction. So you still have torque, but now you're using the propeller. So that's how I cancel it out in the Rotodyne. That's how I cancel it out in the in that helicopter. Is I use the propeller. So like this is how you do it in real life. So like I can't see here, right? So because I can't see underneath me, like this is something that like Star Citizen, everybody and their brother wants. They want bubble canopies, and it's kind of like I don't mind having some bubble canopies, but it's like I don't want everything to be identical. I want some difference. And so like this is how you do it professionally. So what you do is you would look here, and you come off and you offset. So you offset, so now I can see it. So what you want to do is maintain your vision of it. So you don't come straight on, you come offset like this. All right, so now we can see the helipad. So now I'm going to use my peripheral vision, and I'm going to mark the middle. So right there's the middle, right there. So actually, I should probably put a mark on there. So now I'm going to go to the middle, and I'm going to use just my general sense of where I am to kind of come in on that. And so now as I come down, I get more in my periphery. So now I don't need the center of the pad anymore. I need the center of this sideline. So I'm going to come in, I'm going to look for the center of the sideline. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to centralize on the mast of the ship. So I'm centering mast of ship. And now I think I'm a little bit too close to the front. I'm going to slide back just a hair. And bingo. Perfect. That's how you do it as a professional. Like, you know, I understand, you know, most people aren't professionals at this stuff, but that's how you do it. You don't need cameras all the time. It's fine if you have them, but you don't need it. So, like, those are the techniques you would use. Like, when I was driving tractor trailer, we could get, like, our bumper, which we have big American noses on our trucks. Can't see your bumper, but we could get the bumper within, like, an inch of an obstacle because you get used to sight lines, you get used to depth perception, but that's how you would do it IRL is you want to come in diagonally using your best visibility, which was right here for me, and then I draw a line from here to here, and then I know, okay, 50% or like this much of this line. So I couldn't see the back of it at all, but I could see from about this edge to here, and then the circle is also helping me. So the middle of the circle tells me that I'm in the middle of the helipad. So you're using all these exterior references. And if you lost, like say I lost this reference, I would make a reference here. So about 50% between Jet A and there, that lines me up with my helipad. So you use all these references. And then once I realized I was in position for the center of the pad, or forward back of the pad, I can then use the mast of the ship to get myself centralized on the pad. I don't need to see the pad anymore. And put it right on the money, you know. So those are the kind of the tricks you'd use IRL. Not really tricks, the techniques you'd use IRL to figure that out. I'm gonna move this probably here, I think. But But yeah, so that's, you can see it's just using some of that peripheral vision, using some guidance. That's why they have marks on helipads. Let me see if I can get some helipads and we'll find some marking on them. Helicopters certainly aren't my strong suit. I'm a fixed wing guy. Be cool to get a helicopter rating. But like here, you can see on some of these helipads, like this one here, has some of those good markings. So generally the H, you want to land with the H. So if the H is sideways, you want to come in sideways. You want to make sure the H is always up down. And if you look at the marks on the pad here, look at this pad. This line is your center line. It's continued across. So when this guy comes in, he has this foot window. He can come in, and he doesn't need to see the center of the pad the whole time. He can come in off any of these markings. So if he sees, like for example, so like if you want the center of the helicopter and right on the rotor right here, he knows what the angle should look like. So he should be sitting here. He knows the angle should be, okay, just look at about a 45-degree angle off my left shoulder, and there will be the line. So you start to get used to it where, like, okay, if, say I'm at a 30-degree angle looking at the line, I know I'm not far enough forward. If I'm at a 50-degree angle looking and I'm starting to hurt my neck looking back too much, I know I'm too far forward. I need to come back more. So that's how you get aligned. And then you see all these different alignments. This is helping you align you can use these in your peripheries. You don't need to see the middle of the helipad. You can use angles and peripheries here to get yourself lined up. Like this here helps you line with the center of the pad, you know. So some cool stuff there, and just like how they do it IRL. Like this would be a tough pad. Like you see, like you're gonna lose most of your peripheries, but he has a lot of good reference points, like trees, for example. As you're coming in, if you come in diagonally and you see that, hey, this tree is in line with the center of the pad, all he has to do is come in and look for that tree, and he can line himself up with the pad. You know, like here you have some, like say the H is crooked on this one, that's because they want you to come in at that angle. You see if I can find some other cool stuff here. Like on a lot of ships, the H is sideways. That's because you're supposed to land sideways. You're not supposed to come in straight on. You're supposed to come in sideways. Like the more markings you have on there, so I might extend some of my markings. Like here's one on a ship, see it's sideways? That's because the helicopter's supposed to come in from the side, and you can tell why. Here's the bridge, right? And here is a mast. So you don't want to come in straight because that's a good chance of getting your skewered on the front of the helicopter. By coming in sideways here, it's clear. There's a low railing here, a low railing here. No obstacles, so they want you to come in sideways. There's another one coming sideways. Because, like, you could hit here. This is, you wouldn't really have to worry about that. That's railing. But this is probably, your mast is probably the problem. Is you don't want to come in over the mast because you can't see it anymore. So you want to come in this way so you can keep an eye on that mast, because that's what's going to hit. And then this tells you probably the diameter of it's probably 15 meters, and that's 7.5 meters. So it's telling you the distance between when you hit that obstacle. So if your rotors were 20, you know you're going to hit the mast. If your rotors were 10, you know you're going to be good as long as you stay in the center. So it's kind of some cool helicopter stuff. Yeah, I don't see anything else that's neat there. But yeah, that's how you do it without having like a perfect bubble canopy or like any sort of cameras. You know, use your peripheries. Crane should be alright. Prop sticks out a little bit, but it's not bad. You know, like I can still bring this pretty much straight up. I might tag it a little bit if I go to the left, but like the crane shouldn't be bothered by this. Yeah. So that's good. That's not bothering. That's not bothering. You can see we can get pretty close there, and we're not going to hit it. So, like, can I go full? Like, I can probably go, so that's, yeah, I could actually go straight up and I wouldn't hit it. It's close, but I wouldn't hit it if I go straight up. And then the benefit with this crane, too, is I made this crane purposely so that it can go vertical. So that way I can really get the crane, like, I can still, like, bang the rudder on that, but, like, I can go, and with the long reach on this, I could, like, grab the helicopter off of there, so. So I should be able to grab that helicopter. I need to paint the crane. Let's check the paint while I'm sitting here. There was a couple paints that I saw that were off. I don't see them now. All right, let's catch up with some chat here. Let me catch up. If you're using gyro on hub feature and then push propeller is the easiest, otherwise you'll need a customized gyro. Yeah, you know, if you have the center of thrust, did I not extend this? I thought I was extending that. Okay, I thought I was extending that while I was talking. If you have the center of thrust in line with the center of gravity, you don't need much pitch correction. So, for example, this is one block off. I think my propeller is one block higher than where the center of gravity is, so it's pretty close. So the pitch correction on this is pretty minimal. If it was more than that off, I would need more pitch. The more the center of gravity is off, and I could use the rotor's pitch itself. So I'm going to see if I can snatch this off. Is it 4? No, I think it's space bar. Okay. So now I want to go up. Let's actually get rid of the space bar. I want to get it right on the money before I try snatching this off. I don't have a detach yet, so I can't really pull it off anyway, but that's going to need a detach. But like that was part of one of the goals of this crane is I wanted to be able to like reach I can't reach everywhere, but reach everywhere on the back deck at least and the helipad. I keep pressing the wrong buttons here. There we go. Gotta be close. Is it not? Will it not grab that? That's interesting. It doesn't want to grab the rotors. Thought it was on money. Yeah, so it doesn't want to grab the rotors. That's interesting. I thought I could grab the central hub. Maybe I'm just not hitting the central hub perfectly. Yeah, it doesn't want to grab that. I'm gonna end up putting like a transponder on there. Oh, there we go. It grabbed there. But yeah, so like this could grab the helicopter and move it. Not that you need to do that, but cool feature to have. I could also like load things on the helipad. Like I'll grab the cormorant. The cormorant might be too big, but let me see. Let's put a little pressure on this. All right, put a little up pressure on that. I need to put a little more up pressure on that. All right, there we go. Yeah, this system works really well because it can, by having as much variance in it as it does, it lets you really have a bunch of different craft that have different heights, and that will automatically grab it. But let that weight counteract it. Wonder how heavy that is. Seems pretty heavy. It's probably more than a container. Here it comes. It's coming back now a little bit. That might be over its max lift limit for that range. You know, we were talking the other day of like, as you bring it in, you can carry more weight. See how I'm bringing it closer? So, yeah, I showed the other day the charts you have on cranes and on forklifts, so that you know the max weight for the distance from the center of pivot, essentially. So, like, here, if you notice, like if we get this closer in, the rotors are pushing, so it will straighten the ship up. So still put this off on the dock. Not that we need to. We can always fly the helicopter off, but let's go ahead and let's grab these back. But yeah, so I'm pleased with that. That fits well in the pad. Good performance. We're going a good. We could go about 130 knots, which I'm happy with. Are you gonna act the fool, huh? Okay. And this needs to be grabbed. I want to save this. Catch up on chat here in a second. Yeah, Hamish talking about like the T6 Texan. They were trying to make it act kind of like jets, and it had some bad habits, bad stability issues. That's one thing is like they tell you don't fly an airplane like one of the things I always tell you is forget your last airplane. Like you'll see that as an excuse. A lot of pilots use, well, in my last airplane, they're like, well, you're not flying your last airplane. You're flying this airplane, and the differences in them can be deadly. You really have to like get used to that airplane. Like when they try to make an airplane fly like another airplane, it's really never a good thing because it's all artificial. Oh, you lost a vehicle, Neil? That sucks. Yeah, that's one thing I always tell her. Back up, back up. I did it as soon as I start feeling like a build is getting really cool. I do a panic backup to make sure everything's backed up. It's just it sucks when you lose something. Save from boats on my. Isn't the issue of torque correction from aerodynamics? Yeah. Well, it depends. Yeah, a lot of the values are going to change. Hamish is asking, goes, isn't the issue of torque correction from aerodynamic surfaces? The value will depend on airspeed. As you increase airspeed, you should get more flow over your control surfaces, making them more reactive. That's why you generally trim. If you ever watch a pilot trimming, you're trimming constantly. I can never find a good video of it. The A320 has a really good invisible trim wheels. Here, let's see if I can find one. I can't play much of it because they like to demonetize the video, but let me see if I can find one landing. Because I always like ours you couldn't see. We didn't have trim wheels. It was all electric trim on the yoke. But like you're constantly trimming. He's not really trimming much. Like that was just so I'm trying to find one with some wind. All right, here you can see, right off the bat, you can see her doing it. So we'll bring this up. So like, here's the A320. So like this here on the bottom, right here, where it has the checker pattern on it, that's your trim wheel. There's two of them, one on each side. And so if you watch, like that's her trimming. See her finger here? She's trimming. So she probably just put the flaps in. The gear is still up. So she probably put the first notch of flaps and is trimming for the... See how she's trimming back now? As she's rolling out, she's having to retrim. You're constantly trimming. You'll see how often her trim wheel moves. There it goes again, trimming again. This is how often you trim. You're constantly trimming. See, she just moved it again. There it goes. She trimmed again. It's constant trim. There it goes. She just trimmed again. There we go. She's trimming, she's trimming, she's trimming, she's trimming. You know why she trimmed? It looks like, no, he didn't put down the gear. He put down a notch of flaps. You can't see what he's doing, but you can see his arm moving. Watch when he moves his, he goes up, he's spinning the course. I bet you right here, he grabbed the flaps. Yep, he grabbed the flaps. You can see his arm reach right here for the flaps. She's trimming. The flaps are going to add a bunch of lift, right? He's screwing me being too fast. But the flaps add a bunch of lift, right? So it's going to balloon you. It's going to push you up. So watch what she does when he adds the flaps. So Did I miss it? I think I missed it. All right, here he goes. Watch, he grabs the flaps. He puts in flaps. See her trimming down? The plane is trying to go up because of the flaps. So she is trimming down, down, down. She's not even looking, but she can feel it. He just put the gear down. Gear is going to start slowing you down. She brought the trim back. All right, the gear was bringing the nose down a little. She's trimming back now. So it's settling in, still trimming back. So that's nose trim up. Now she's correcting her trim. She overdid it. So she's fixing it. It's constant. Like, see how constant it is? It's like doesn't stop moving. I don't know. Oh, she's moving her seat. I was like, what? I'm like, what's on there? I'm like, I don't know the Airbus, like all the minutia of the Airbus all that well. So see how constant it is? I can't play it for too long. They'll probably try to demonetize. But they should have flaps, might be full at this point. She looked at them for something. She might have been asking for full flaps. But, like, watch the wheel. Like, see how often that wheel's moving? The wheel's moving constantly. And then when the Airbus touched down, watch it. It will do rudder trim on there. I think it automates rudder trim, and it will go screaming forward. Maybe it doesn't. There it goes. See it? It's auto trimming the to help braking. But that's how often you trim IRL. It's constant. You know, so it's as you change your airspeed, as you change your configuration, it's what is it? It's what would it be? Pitch configuration. I forget the saying. I say it all the time and I can't remember it right now, but anytime you change your configuration, your pitch or your thrust, you need to trim. So that's like constant trimming, and that's what you need to do. You know, as you decrease your thrust, you're gonna have to change your trim. As you add flaps, trim. Gear, trim. You know, airspeed, trim. All that is all trim, 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 trim. 130 knots is a decent clip for a heli. Yeah, that's a good speed. I'm happy with that. Yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can find this Boeing pusher. It's not the Sikorsky that they didn't, because I thought Boeing worked with that. Okay, the Boeing SB Defiant is the Sikorsky 76. Yeah. So did Boeing buy Sikorsky? Yeah, see, this is the one I was talking about, the Defiant. The Sikorsky Boeing. That's why it's a partnership deal. But that's why I thought it was a Sikorsky. It's not the 76. It's Sikorsky something. Let's see. It was let me see. What was the Defiant? The Defiant when Sikorsky. Forget what it was called. It wasn't always the Defiant. Sikorsky and Boeing. Yeah, see, it's a joint operation. That's probably the one you're thinking of. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Was it? Here it is. This is the one I was thinking. This is the S-97 Raider. So I think when Sikorsky just had it by themselves, it was that. And then I think when Boeing came on, they went to the Defiant, if memory serves, but I could be wrong. Because they probably, I think Sikorsky is mostly helicopters. They probably did some of the initial testing, and then Boeing came on later for, you know, partnership. Okay, accidentally clicked off the stream for a second. Let's catch up with chat. But yeah, that was, yeah, it's often what happens is somebody will be like, oh, that Boeing pusher, and I'm like, I'm thinking of it as the Sikorsky, and it's like, it's a partnership. So many, like, it's so expensive to do one by yourself now. And like the government doesn't want to take a risk on a military project with one manufacturer, because if Boeing went out of business, they're screwed. If it's Boeing Sikorsky, the likelihood of both of them going out of business is much slimmer. So they like to do those partnerships. Just reading some chat here, guys. I usually use pivots on my outboards. Yeah, Neo, if you're trying to build an outboard, if you grab, let me just make sure this is saved. If you go to my stability tutorial, let me see. Good Lord, if I could spell. All right, steering stability tutorial. This controller here, the steering stability controller, I pretty much use that for all of that type of thing. So like if we go to, where is it? So this was built in the Career Build Series Live, this outboard, and so it uses that system. So it pretty much came right off the car, and it goes into the steering stability. It's super simple. It still literally says port wheel on it. You see it says port wheel because it came off the car controller. And all you really do is you take your seat, right? AD is what I'm using, so AD is 1. You take the physics sensor. Channel 11 is the... I'll have to look at which one it is. Channel 11, and you put it into a PID, and then I just do p-value. I start at 0.25. It doesn't really matter where you start, but 0.25 is pretty minimal. So you want to just decrease that. If it's not giving you enough steering, you can increase the sensitivity on the seat. So you wanna make sure you're not getting any oscillation. So make sure your p-value is not too high, so that you're not getting an oscillation. And then you can always still increase the sensitivity on the seat to get more turning. And so what that does is it's using the angular momentum, and instead of you setting the angle of the outboard, you're setting the desired angular momentum. And so the faster you move, right, the greater the angular momentum. So like here, let's bring up a pic. Let's see, 1440. Okay. So like, you know, if you're coming in, try to find a circle. All right, so like if you have a circle, if I can ever get this to do what I want. Okay, so you have your circle of your turning circle, essentially. It's gonna be a pain in the balls, isn't it? It's already a rectangle, so it doesn't want to delete. Awesome. Piss right off, game. Or paint. Alright, let's finally get this to circle where I want it to be. Alright. Alright, so here's an actual circle. Alright, so you have your circle, and so essentially what it's doing is, you know, your angular momentum is essentially, you know, it's your resultant vector. So if you're, you know, when you're making your turn, you know, when you make your turn here, right, you have an angular momentum. So part of your resultant vector is going, it's going forward toward where you're trying to go, but it's also turning you. So if you're going straight, it's like this. As you start to turn, right, it starts going in. And so what you're setting is you're setting your max angular velocity now. So if your angular velocity, when you do AD, can go to a maximum of 1, maximum of -1. So if you're going really slow, it allows you to turn maximum because this never gets to the maximum angular velocity of 1. And so you could turn, your wheels will go full speed until you get up to this angular velocity. And then they won't allow you to turn anymore. And so as you go into this turn, it's going to automatically correct you to keep the turn from over-accentuating. And so the same thing happens with the outboard. When you're going slow, you can move the outboard full left, full right, full left, full right. As you go faster, it's going to limit the angle you can go because you'll hit the angular momentum. So it follows the curve on there so that it will make sure that your outboard never goes too fast. So like if I'm going to bring it up. So that's what I put on my outboard so that when you're slow, you can turn it as much as you want. As you gain speed, same thing with cars. It will make the wheels barely move. It'll make the wheels fully move when you're slow and barely move when you're going fast to maintain that angular velocity. So like right now we're going slow. You can see I can turn my outboard a lot. So this allows me to move around a dock. I can move that outboard no problem. I can do a nice circle in place here. Because we're going so slow that the angular velocity never hits 1. Now as we're going fast, and I start to turn, you notice it's going to slow me down here. I probably have 2. I have a p-value in there. But you notice it's being less reactive now because it's because the angular momentum would exceed what we set. So you can still have it where it gives you good steering, but it will limit the angular velocity of the outboard essentially. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what I usually do with outboards. And then by putting your fins on the actual outboard like that, that will control your up-down. So I have an altimeter there, and the fins are, that will keep the propeller always in the water. Because like the game likes to try to roll you as you turn your outboard to, say, left or right, and those fins counteract that. So those two systems usually work really well to make outboards. So hopefully that's helpful. Let's see, flying with a keyboard just necessitates some help automation. Yeah, a little bit of some of that stuff's good. You know, you just don't have enough controls. It's like, you know, when I'm flying an airplane, I have rudder pedals, I have ailerons, I have spoilers, well, in some planes, you know, elevators. I can do all this stuff. And so it makes it easier to control. When you're doing keyboard, you know, you don't have that fine tuning. So some of this, like, you can still do quite well with keyboard. I only fly with keyboard in this. But you can't do as well as, so a little bit of automation is good. Isn't retreating blade stall the hard limit on heli speed? I don't know. I don't know much about halos. If tilt -3 left with seat near at full rise. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, with the most visibility on my planes hellos. Yeah, I usually do some pretty muted colors. Thank you there, Hendrik. Good to see you. Thank you for appreciating that luscious landing. Yeah, animals are dangerous on the, like, you know, deer. If there's you know, there's especially if you ride motorcycles, people say if there's one deer, there are more deer. And same thing with planes. Is like we would take off early morning when I was a flight instructor, and there'd be a deer on the runway. And this was before the tower, and then the tower would come in. We'd tell them, you know, you tell your student wait, and they're like, oh, why? The deer cleared the runway because there's never one deer. And then 3 more deer come, and we would have been running down the runway and run into a whole herd of deer. And it's like, you know, deer can be quite dangerous. Yeah, as you get closer, you lose your visibility to the pad, so you know you get quite blind. That's, you know, and that's like my Star Citizen gripe is people like they have the most obnoxious landing because they don't trust in their peripheral vision. You know, a lot of people can't just imagine what looks like in front of you. Like as you're coming in an airliner, like most of the runway you can't see. The nose is blocking it. But you get used to, for example, the peripherals, looking at the sidelines, you look as far down the runway as you can. Like a lot of people focus too close to the nose. You want to be looking as far down the runway as you can. Like when I'm landing in a plane in real life or in game, I am not looking here as I'm coming down to land. I don't look there. That's not where I'm looking. I am looking at the end of the runway. So I look there. And so as I'm coming down, I can't really do it well. I'm looking like that. That's how I land. I look at the end of the runway. I don't look here. You know, and even if my camera in game is pointed here, I'm looking right there. I'm looking at the end of the runway. Because if you try to stay centered in this line and you're looking right at the line, any sort of deviation, the line, you have to do big corrections, right? If you're looking down the end of the line and I correct over there, it's a tiny, tiny change over here. So it's your eyes are much better focused at the end of the runway. And I use my peripheral vision. So like all these lines have meaning. I can bring up a chart, but you have your marking lines. These are your aiming bars. That was what you aim for, these two big squares. So when you're coming in, you're aiming for here, but I'm looking down there, and I'm using my peripherals to look at my aiming bars. So peripheral, 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 touchdown. I'm still looking at the end of the runway. And I'm using these sidelines, give me, and the center line. The reason they're dashed, that gives you a perception of speed. So as the dashes are slowing down, you know you're slowing down. As you see the dashes getting real slow, I know, okay, I'm slow enough, I can turn off now. You know, so all that's important. Let's see if we can find some runway markings. You know, the other thing is different approach lights do these things. Different approach lights will give you different perceptions of they'll tell you different information. They'll tell you how far you are away from touchdown, so it's important in instrument landings to have that. Let's bring this up here. So like, for example, here is your displaced threshold. You do not touch down on your threshold. This line is the start of the runway. This could be made out of really thin asphalt that if you land a 747 on there, it will break. So you don't want to touch down here. The touchdown area here is usually much thicker than the middle of the runway because you don't touch down in the middle of the runway. You touch down here. So this is made of really thick reinforced concrete with an asphalt pad on it or just concrete. And this is designed so that you can take a full, you know, depends on the airport, of course, but like if it's JFK, it's designed so a fully loaded A380 could come and slam down there and it won't break the runway. But if it landed in the center, it could put a hole in it. There are certain taxiways you can't have an A380 on. Even if it's wide enough, they'll break through. I'll see if I can find some pictures of the green asphalt. Green asphalt, you do not go on green asphalt. Here's your threshold. This is your runway number. So this would be runway 10 is a 100 heading. Your touchdown zone and your aiming point. So those big squares you aim for. You have your side markings, your center line. Let's see, there's some more detailed stuff here. This is more a little bit. Is this really all that much more detailed? So like 20 left, that means there's two runways that are parallel that have the designation runway 20. So it'd be 20 left, right, center. If they go past that, they'll do like 21. Yeah, not really much difference here on this diagram. Like this is what I'm looking for. Okay. So like this is a visual runway right here. So you see it's very simple. All right. And then you have non-precision approaches with vertical guidance, not lower than that. So this is a non-precision approach. And then for a precision approach, you need all of the markings. That helps you align when visibility is really low. So you need all those markings by law. And then let's see what else we have. Anything else that's good here? I don't think so. I don't see anything else that really designates it. Like the lot of markings here, like these markings are leading you into a hold short line. This means that is, so this is actually a good picture. This shows a bunch of information. So like these are leading you up to the hold short line. See all these dashes? That is warning you you're coming up to the hold short line. This is the hold short line. You have a solid on this side. That means you have to be cleared to cross. And then you have dashes on this line. You do not need to be cleared to cross this way, but you do need to be cleared to cross this way. So like ATC will say Eagle Flight 672, taxi via Alpha Hotel Golf, runway 10 left, hold short at Sierra 3. So it'll be you taxi Alpha Sierra Golf, you come up to, or no, it would be Alpha Golf Sierra because Sierra 3. And then when you come up to Sierra 3, that means there are 3 Sierras. So it'll be Sierra intersects here, Sierra 2 would be over here, Sierra 1 would be over here. And so you're coming up to Sierra 3. I'm holding short of runway 10 left, and this tells you, hey, you're coming up to a hold short line, and then here's your hold short line. You cannot cross that without clearance. And he said hold short. If he says, Eagle Flight, you do taxi via Alpha Golf, Sierra 3, clear for takeoff, runway 10 left. That means we've been cleared to cross. We can go across. See this green asphalt? Green asphalt means that it's very thin. So this asphalt here can take the weight of the airplane. This asphalt here cannot. So if you taxied over this green asphalt here, you could break through. So this would be fine for, say, you know, you could take a truck out there. You could take a pickup truck out there. Can't take a heavy airplane out there, break right through. You know, and that's one of the reasons you don't want to go in your threshold, is the threshold might not be thick enough to support the weight of the airplane. So you got to be careful of that. Let me see if I can get a JFK. Here's a chart for JF&K. So I don't have much. I can't read much info on this, but like they'll put the weight limits on these. Like if you go deeper into the chart, it will tell you the weight limits. So like JFK has no weight limits, frankly. JFK can take anything, but like if you took a little airport, let's see. Let's see. Is it? Oh, it's OMN. Okay, that's why. Oh my God, can I spell? So like here's Ormond. Quite familiar with Ormond. So like you have to worry about the weight limits on this. It'll probably be on the next page, but it will show you the weight limits. So like you'll know that there's no way in hell you can land a 747 on this. One, you don't have the runway length. You have 4,000 foot runway at 3,700, and then the weights, like you would break through. And then the taxiways, there are certain taxiways at certain airports you can take a 7.4 on. You can't on other ones depending on the weight. So you have to worry about breaking through the asphalt, which is never fun. So kind of some cool stuff with that. All right, let's check some. Let's see what we got going on here. Is Alex leaving? We'll see you later. Oh, okay, he's saying bye to Tana. I thought that's what he was doing. Yeah. I hate it how the chat jumps. That's annoying. That is annoying when the chat jumps like that. Yeah, it's tough to get good pictures because, like, you don't have, even if, like, you have two pilots sitting in a commercial airliner, you can't put the camera right on your nose. You know, you need both of you to pay attention, so usually it's hard to get the view. Like, let me see if I can find ERJ 145. Like, so it's very important where you're sitting because you want the same view every time. So, like, it's going to be hard to see in this picture, but, like, right here, see this little triangle here? I don't know why it's different. Let me fix the display cap. Display cap's funky. I got to fix it. I wonder how long this display cap's been screwed up. There we go. I got to lock in the display cap now. All right. So, like, right here, this is your alignment indicator. This tells you where to move your seat. So, when you come in and you sit in your seat, this ball, there's a ball back here, there's a ball here, and there's a ball here and here. And what you want to do is you want to move your seat forward and back so that this ball blocks this ball. So if you're in the right seat, you would move your seat so that you can't see this ball behind this one. So you move it so that this one blocks this ball. The captain does the same. That's why they have a ball there. And then you want to move your seat up and down so that you can't see the ball underneath or above it. So you want to align it so that your point of view is perfectly right through there. If you don't do that, you're not going to have the right view for looking outside because, like, look at all this nose. And then the nose is going to be up higher than it is sitting on the ground here. So, like, you can't see any of this runway. You can see whatever's out here. You know, and that's it. So it's very important you get the right visibility so you don't block everything out with your nose that you need to see. Yeah, I could fold the rotors. I was just lifting. Thank you there, Benjamin. Appreciate that. Good to see you, Benjamin. Somebody new. Yeah, I don't like to go unrealistic speed on my stuff. So, like my race boats will go 100 knots or something, but I tend to keep them pretty realistic. Yeah, you know, I do that. I do as a pod. So they're talking about like the same type of stability thing as like if you look at the tug. So like if you look at my tug here, this has azimuths, and let's see if we can find it. Where's azimuth? Let's see where this azimuth system is. I think it's on this side. Stability system. Fins, port fins. That's all fins. Azipod engine controller. Somewhere in here, but essentially what it does is it uses the angular momentum of the stern, and as you go faster, it limits the angular momentum of the stern. So the faster you're going, like doing say 1 degree of turn on your rudder or on your azimuth, would still give you 1 angular speed. If you're going slow, a 90-degree azimuth turn might give you that speed. So that's kind of how you do that to just keep it stable. And that works in real life through hydrodynamic. Oh, I didn't show you. That works in real life through hydrodynamic forces. You know, the water is pushing against the side of the boat. We really don't get that very well in game. So, like, as you try to make a quick turn at high speed, one object of motion wants to stay in motion in the direction it's going, so it's already hard to move it. In game, it's easier. And then you're pushing a lot of water. You're trying to push a ton of water, tons of water out of the way, and so that's what essentially simulating is what happens naturally. Old Tenerife, huh? All right, good. So let's see. What do I want to work on here? Let's do some missions. Load that up. I need to get a drink, and I need to go to the bathroom. So load up the career live save. Let me stick on something real quick for you guys to watch while I just go get a coffee and use the facilities. Let's see what I have here. Turn the build review channel here. I need to get the latest build reviews done. I will get back to that. I was mostly waiting for make sure the game was stable, so I will check in with Citrus and Cheesecake are the last two I need on that. So I'll check in with them. The last two people I need to do those on. So let's go ahead. I'll be right back. Hello, Captain. Welcome back to Build Review. In this review, I'm going to be reviewing the Flying Crab, an old crabber by Yuli Build. So let's go ahead and look at the workshop. Alright, so this build is the Flying Crab, an old crabber. So nice picture here. I like how Yuli will use the kind of the old style frame and makes it his own, and then JSI. So I like this as a good thumbnail there. Some good pictures in here. Looks nice, inviting. So this is by Yuli Build. So, Flying Crab, nice picture here. Description, the vessel is inspired by one I found from the internet. There it is. I always like to see the inspiration. Those are cool. Old rusty crabbing vessel, however, don't judge it by its age. It can go out under the worst weathers and the interior and deck space got reworked for the boat to be modernized and up to date. So any fisherman can have a comfy space to spend time during the long travel to their fishing area. The boat can be salvaged. The boat can be salvaged. Okay. Connect and hose to the hose anchors located on the deck and a pump to drain the hull. You can also get the water remaining in situ via an electric connector situated on the roof of the boat. A blinking green light will help finding if the boat is underwater. The composite channels are indicated on it, warning the vessel needs to be spawned either via modern workbench, either via a mission editor. Startup list. In order to start the boat, you need to follow a few steps. First, get down the engine room. All right, good. So I'll go ahead and read this when we get there. We have some credits, which is good, and JSI. So that's good. A nice list of instructions here, so I should be able to go through those. All right, so here we are with Grabber. So it looks pretty cool from the exterior there. I like all the rust here, so let's quickly do a walk around in the water. Ready? So we'll kind of nice detailing here on, you know, all this pixelation here. It looks nice and like an old rusty crab boat. We have some rust out of every area. Some rust here on where the panels connect. So nice overall detailing here. The flying crab. So really cool detailing on this. It looks like it's old and was salvaged. You know, you see all this detailing work. So really cool there. I like that a lot. So let's go ahead and I'm going to follow the instructions here. We have a list. So in order to start the boat, you need to follow a few steps. First, get down to the engine room. So we're going to go ahead and go down there. And I can't spend too much time on each build, so I need to kind of get down there. Okay, I have to jump up into here. I would kind of go with a staircase just to make it easier. What's that say? Welcome. Okay. So let's see. Engine room right here. Let's head on down. Need to duck. All right. So we're down the engine room. From the control panel, turn on the battery and generator flipper. So we have battery and engine power generator. All right, now turn the cooling, aerator, and compressor on. Compressor, I assume the aerator is the air vent. A little bit different wording on here. Automatic generator, I already clicked that on. All right, all good? Question mark. You may not be able to turn the engines on if you forgot about something. Okay, well, I think I got everything. All right. Now you're ready to start the engine. Enable air valves of the engine located on the wall. Doesn't matter which one, and hold start until started. So I already did the, this is right engine compress starting air valve. That is turned on. All right. And then we're going to hold the starter. There we go. It says till 120. All right, there we go. We're up and running. All right, this one I already enabled. Let's turn it on. All right, so what's that? Light. All right, so it says you may notice the ship has a compressor, and what is a compressor used for? Refilling the air tank used to start the engines. After you turned on the engine, the air pressure has gone down. If it is above 15, you should be fine to start the second engine. All right, I already did it. If not, you'll have to wait. You may wait for a long time if you got to turn the compressor on. Okay. Do the same you did for the first, for the second. You may have an alarm sounding off at the low pressure alarm. Nothing important, just mute it on the panel or leave it beeping. It's going to set off. Okay, as the air tanks fill, you're ready to go. Be careful not to stall the engines, otherwise you'll have to restart them. Okay. Once both engines are running, turn on the nav lights, jump in the seat, and press W to get moving. All right, so let's go upstairs. All right. All right, let's see if I can get in there. This looks like the mast here, so we should be good. So this is probably it. So it says turn on the nav lights. So running lights. Let's see. So these are for each one, so that's good. Okay, searchlight, deck floodlight, and deck light. Okay, so it's right here. All right, let's go ahead and jump in the seat. All right, nav lights are on. Jump in the seat and press W to get moving. Sticky throttle with the trim menu. Okay. So I can use the trim. WS is throttle. All right, I am returned. So a little bit of build review. Build review will be wrapped up, and I'll finish up those last two and open it up again at some point. I was kind of busy with the last build challenge and everything else, and so I'll try to get those out. I owe Citrus that, and I owe Cheesecake that, and then probably open it up at some point. I'm trying to think. Let me read some of this, catch up with chat real quick here. People were chatting while I was off coffeeing. Yeah, like Hamish talking, in game you can fake a lot of hydrodynamic handling by putting fin rudder along the keel, makes the boat skid less and roll more realistically. That's one of the things that you know, if the thing is you don't know what you don't know, and so it's tough for some new players to understand these things. But the great thing with this game is because the fins work both in water and in air, you can do cool things in airplanes. Unfortunately, we're in the career game now, so I can't really show you, but for example, like if your plane isn't pitching correctly, you could make a one-to-one replica of the actual plane. All the measurements are perfect, and because of some differences in the game environment, whether it be densities, air speeds, effectiveness of the control surfaces, all that sort of thing, you might not have enough pitch authority. And so one thing you can do is put in some tiny fins hidden in the build that will give you realistic abilities. You can also do unrealistic things, like if you want a really cartoony, arcadey flying airplane, you can have that, and that's what's fantastic. I wish there. I'll do it real quick. Like I'll show you what. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but I'll do it. It doesn't take long to load these. But I'll show you in the Damon 2111. That's my azimuth tugboat. Now, in real life, the thing is monstrously heavy. Let me see if I can find a mass on it. Compared to the problem with the game is, like you can't get things up to the realistic masses. And so you don't get a lot of the general stability from the mass. Like you talk about if Triton weighs, 500,000 pounds, and most of that weight is low, it's very hard to tip it over. And so that's one thing you get. You also get the hydrodynamic force. Let me see if I can find the... I thought I downloaded this product sheet already. Let me see if it has the... okay, gross tonnage is less than 200 tons. So let's say 200 tons. So if the Damon 2111 weighs 200 tons, you're talking 400,000 pounds is what the 2111 weighs. So of course it's going to be hard to tip it over because of that. Now, if we look at the 2111, the 2111 has these skags in the front here. And so these are symmetrical. So like you have this in airplanes too. You have symmetrical airfoils. And so when it's symmetrical, when one side is more rounded than the other, the water or the air will go over that side faster, giving it a lifting force. When they're symmetrical, they have equal forces on either side. So that gives you stability. It causes it so that it doesn't want to move left. It doesn't want to move right. So you'd have a couple symmetrical, essentially, hydroplanes. That confuses people. Surfaces. They are foils. They are planes, but people think of hydrofoil as a boat that hydrofoils. But if you look in here, these have an absolute ton of fins, and so all these fins they're for roll control. So in real life, this thing weighs so much that it's tough to roll. And then you also have the hydrodynamic forces. So as this is going through the water, because the water is moving on the left side and the right side of both of these equally, it resists any sort of torquing, any sort of turning motion, either going left, right, or sideways, tilt, listing. And so what I do is I put in fins. You can simulate it with fins in game, and what happens is these have altimeters in either one of them. And so they want to always keep us level. So when this is tipping, this one would be pushing up and this one pushes down. And that's simulating the hydrodynamic forces. So it takes some work in game. But the benefit is you can have some fantasy builds that use fins to do some really incredible, unrealistic things. You can also use fins to make some things act realistically. So I don't think I have a plane. Let's do the Rotodyne. So for example, the Rotodyne... So the Rotodyne, I think, is pretty much, it's close to 1-to-1, But like I didn't have enough pitch authority in the Rotodyne. So if you look in here, I have a bunch of fins. So you see all these fins in there. Those fins are because my elevators are not effective enough. Now, the problem in game is like we have three of these control surfaces. So these are smalls I have on there. Okay, so that's how much space the small takes up. If I wanted to put a medium on here, I need a lot more space. And so to get a bigger elevator, I might not want to cut into this space. And so what can you do in real life? Okay, you say, well, we need 25% more pitch authority, so you make this just 25% bigger. You don't have to make it 50% bigger. We can't do that in games. So one of the things you can do is you say, okay, this looks realistic. This looks how it's supposed to look. And then we'll look in the front, and I'll just put in some fins in the front. And so that's one of the cool things about the game is you can make these things work however you want it, but you do have to learn how it runs. So yeah, absolutely. But that's what you're doing. You're simulating hydrodynamic forces. You're simulating aerodynamic forces. I think it's just Alexander. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me see. It's low. Okay, let me check. See what is up. My audio is going wicked loud on this, so I don't know. I don't think it's me. Check the properties. Bose desktop controller. Absolutely, that's correct. Let's see. Is it just my voice audio? Let me do a game test here. Make sure you guys can hear. Don't do that. I do tow truck. Turn on the music. Let me catch up on chat here. Yeah, the new large propeller is absolutely huge. People have been asking for the Titan propeller to come back, so that's probably an answer to that. What I would love to see them do is make a one block. It doesn't have to be one block wide. It needs to be one block forward back so that we can make really tiny. Like here, I'll show you. So I'll put in a feature request here. It's like bring up the CBS. So look at this. Like, see how big this is? So you notice this propeller is 1, 2, 3, 4 essentially. So this is actually like 4 blocks. So what I would like is if, like, give us. I don't even care if the propeller is 3 tall, but give us a 1 block. The problem is you probably can't visually move these. I don't care if you can't visually see it. The bigger variable pitch propellers are cool that you can see them move. Like for this tiny one, you could have concessions. Like say the concession is, okay, we gave you a small propeller, but you just can't move it. That's fine. I'm happy with that. But I would like one that is literally this big. And that way what I could do is I could get rid of this, and it could just be right here. And so it would be like, there's my propeller. And then I would move the fins here, and that would be better for like things like outboards and tinies. So that'd be really cool to have. So I'll make a request at that point. I think the huge one is that big because people have been asking for it, period. People have been asking for the Titan prop. If you even look in the chat for that update, people like, bring back Titan prop. Because the Titan prop was very big. And they took it away because you really don't need a Titan prop. You don't need, let's put it this way. You don't need a Titan prop with the workbench size that we have limited to us by the game, but people go in and they edit their XML to give themselves a bigger workbench. I think, you know, it's a little bit surprising to me that the devs would give you something that is essentially intended for if you make the workbench bigger yourself, but it's responsive to the community. The community has been liking building huge ships. Like one of my favorite shipbuilders recently has been Igor. Let's bring him up. We'll give him a little bit of credit for his good works here. Let's find some Igor ships. Here it is right here. He's not hard to find. Igor has some really fantastic, big ships, like really good detailing. I really like Igor's work, really great. Here's another Igor ship. So like this would be very useful to have the very large propellers on. This is what you'd use it on, like stuff like this. So it is outside of the scope of the game, but the devs they're putting stuff in that like say, hey, people are going to edit their workbenches whether we put in a large prop or not. Let's put in a large prop to make them happy. I think that's kind of the thing. Like this guy, that's got to be the big prop on there. So I think, ooh, look at this. This is a nice ship. Who built that? But yeah, like these types of ships could really benefit from the large prop. So I'm glad they put it in. I would just love to see a small one. That would be really fantastic. But I'm thrilled with that update. Like that update, I think a lot of people like that update. You get your normal grouchies who, you could give them a piece of ice cream cake and they would, but let me see. I'm just gonna finish up a chat, then we'll be ready to go do a mission. But yeah, I love the new props. They're really fantastic. I've been asking for that. I never thought they would do it. I thought they would be like, oh, not too many people are going to like it, so we should probably do something more people want. But people are thrilled with it. I'm glad. It's really fantastic. It also helps newer players because you don't have to worry about doing clutching, which I think you should learn anyway, but it lets you just go forward back, so that's kind of cool. All right, Al, are you leaving, Al? Thank you for hanging out, Al. Have a good Christmas. Have a good holiday to you. Drive safe if you're driving. Yeah, air density's up, but, you can also... I put fins in all my boats to simulate hydrodynamic forces, and they also fix it in the air. Like, if you saw my boat from yesterday, that tiny little boat, it didn't take off until 50% wind, which is... Like here, let's do this. Let's go base. Let's grab a wind indicator. Let's crank the wind up to 50. Let's read that. That is 19, so that is like 40 knots of wind. That is not quite hurricane, but 40 knots of wind. We would land, worst case, I've landed like gusting to 60. Gusting's different. Like, I could land at 140 knot wind, no problem. It would be like I just touched down like a helicopter. We wouldn't take off in 140 knot wind, but you could. The issue is gusting means it goes up and down, so it's like it's 40 one second and it's 20 the next, so you have big problems with that. But let's see what so like that is 40 knots of wind. That's high. Let's go to 70. That is 27, so it's 27 times 1.94. We're talking that's 52 knots of wind. So we're getting up there. I'll have to see. That's like tropical storm probably. I'll see the wind. Why do I keep doing this? I keep not meaning to do that. Let's go to 100. See what the 100 looks like. 100 is 40 meters per second. That's hurricane force wind right there. So let's get rid of it. So 40 times 1.94. So that is 77 knots of wind. So that's insanity. Like, you just wouldn't go out in that. So like certain boats, like Triton would go out in that. Triton would, you wouldn't put Triton in a hurricane if you could avoid it, but it would survive. When you get, like, you wouldn't bring a tiny little skiff out. You wouldn't be taking off airplanes. Like, they wanted us to fly in a tropical storm one year, and I told them no. I'm not flying today. Not happening. Not in the wind. But yeah, you wouldn't be out in that. So. All right, let's get a sleepy poo and let's do a mission. We have some good money, but we could always use better money. So let's get going. I might let that mine mission pass. I have it saved, like I said, so I could always do it, as an independent mission. Just give myself the money is for fun. But it's not a ton of money, but I just give myself the money for fun. But I don't. It's a lot of setup for that, and I would kind of like to use the new home ship for that. That's like its bread and butter, is to take one vehicle out and use it. Let me make sure that no clip is off. Good. All right, where are we at here? Okay, so we got the standard mission we always get. Small speedboat. Let's see if I can... I haven't turned the override off in a little while. Let's turn the override off. I've been kind of running nice weather just because it's easier for you guys to see. All right, let's take Vrigio out there. Like to get Vrigio updated at some point and put... it's on in the workshop, but I'll put the updated version. I have a really old version out there. Vrigio is still overheating. So let's see if we can fix the overheating problem with Vrigio. So like I said, I'm starting to transition more into impellers. So currently the way Vrigio works is we have a... let's see, what am I running here? What is this about? Why? This is funky weird. What am I doing here? I don't know. What am I doing? This is odd. What do I have this set up like this for? I don't know what I'm doing here. This is interesting. Why did I do this? Okay, I have no clue why this is like it is. Let's see if we can get Vrigio's... oh, it was testing something. Okay. That's weird. Alright, let's see if we can get Vrigio set up here. So, let's see if belt-driven... I think belt-drivens are still having problems. So we'll see. I know fluid ports are still having problems, it appears. So let's go ahead and let's test this out. And let's do a quick constant number. But impellers, as far as I'm concerned, seems to be the kind of the way to go now. You know, these fluid pumps are not working great at the moment, so... I just kind of see, I want to see flow rates, static flow rates. I don't think we're getting enough flow rates to be running, fluid ports are just, they're running woefully small. They're only like running 10 liters per second max. So it's not enough to really get cooling. They are going to have to make a change at some point. See, like we're capped out at 10. 10's just not enough. You're not getting enough fluid exchange to make it work. So let's get this cooling system working. You know, it's not a huge deal to change this. Like, you know, what I've been telling everybody is just to kind of like hang out and wait, you know, and I still stand by that, but it's, you don't want to stand out, you know, you can use an impeller and radiators. You know, it's not a huge deal to use impellers and radiators. Let's do pipe. So we'll see if we can get, like, how quickly I can get just a new cooling system in, because it's kind of a cool test to, like, if it takes me 5 minutes, you know, the people are really making a big deal of it, you know, probably should kind of chill out, because if it takes you 5 minutes to fix something, it's kind of like, maybe just fix it and move on with your day. But if it's like a real pain in the ass to fix, it's absolutely valid that it's, you know, needs to get addressed quickly, you know. Or you need to, you know, just use the custom menu until it gets fixed. So let's try heat sinks. Heat sinks are, you know, heat sinks are correct for boats. Boats will use heat sinks quite often. Okay, there's an impeller. So it's going pre-gearbox. I don't need it screaming. So, heat sinks. Maybe sideways. See where they run to. Gonna run too far. Yeah, it's gonna be a pain if I do it that way. So let's do it this way. So we'll see if this works for me. If it doesn't, we'll just hang back until they update the fluid port so we can go back to a raw water system. But yeah, I'm kind of, it's taking a little bit of time, and I don't mind playing with it, at least testing. You know, testing will help it out. So where was it? Right there. All right, let's plumb these up and see how this cools us. Let's flip this. Can we go through all the way? No, we can't, so we'll keep it where it is. So I want as short of a run as possible from the pumping, from where it pumps to where it ends up. So I'm going to go like this. You know, you can't go in this engine room anyway, so it doesn't really matter how it looks. Yeah, the main thing that I'm finding is it's the pump rates are just too low at the moment. So they need to update, they need to fix that where you get enough liters per second to actually effectively cool you. All right, now I need to see where I want to put that in. So it needs to be probably right off of this one here. Perfect. So it'd be right off of this one. That works really well. All right, let's see. All right, so that should be a reasonable loop there. That should cool out pretty well there. All right, so we'll give this a test. I'll actually run it with engine overheating on, and we'll see if this cools us out nicely. So engine overheating is on. I can read the temperatures on Vrigo, you know, and if that fixes it, that's really not hard to work with at the moment. If it doesn't, they are gonna have to work on some of these things, definitely. So I'll also, one thing I want to check is it killing a bunch of my speed? No. We were doing 46 last time I ran this. We're doing 46 now. We have a little bit of waves. You see we're hitting normal speeds. So the impellers are not stealing a ton of power. So that's not a huge deal as far as stealing power. Let's try to catch up with some chat while I'm driving here, which is always precarious. If you guys still having audio issues, let me know. I'm looking at the recording here. I'm getting normal audio levels. But that doesn't mean it's not a YouTube issue. When you hear hydrofoil, you hear aluminum. You think aluminum foil. Yeah. Well, hydro is water, so it would be water foil. Let me put this down a little bit. I put up the. Okay, there we go. I like the snowy little bit of weather here. I've had the weather off the last couple episodes, so it's been hard to see that. Oh, was the video low? Okay. Yeah, see, I can't tell when how that's coming through, so I might have the cog down on the YouTubes. Let me see. It's probably that. I probably had the internet channel turned down because, like, I decreased the volume on Chrome because even at one block, the music volume's too loud for me. Just trying to catch up on chat and steer at the same time. All right, so about 12 o'clock here. I need to fix the pump on this too. Remember, we didn't have pumping. Don't hit the shore, don't hit the shore. Too many tabs open. I was trying to tab over and I couldn't get the game tab, so it should be right here around the corner. So right here up against this peninsula. We just came across, we're up there. Never mind, let me kill this. I don't want to see myself. Meant to check the map, and once I saw this island, I'm like, oh, we haven't crested the island yet, so it's after this island. Okay, yeah, it was just the recording. Like I said, I have to put a different volume on the actual YouTube page, and then I have to go in my sound settings and decrease the Chrome tab, because even at one tab of volume, the music's too loud for me. How's the music volume for you guys now? I can up that a little bit. Yeah, you know, everybody has the things set differently. Like my headphone volume set differently than the master volume, than difference with stuff. So control surfaces still are affected by air even in a sealed container. I'm not 100% sure about a sealed container. I usually try to put them in the landing wells so that they're open, but some people have told me that they are the same. I could do a test. We do a test. All right, so we're coming around this rock here, so we're following. Yeah, in the fog like this, you know, we can do the old rat method and just put our whiskers against the wall. That's how I found the pet hamster that got out was, you know, the rodents, they follow the wall because they can't see very well, so they put their whiskers against the wall, and I just followed the wall and found him behind the fridge in the basement. Brought him back up, put him in his house. Up there it is right there. Okay, 12 o'clock. If you guys remember back before they put in strobes, it was a pain in the ass to find these people. you prayed for a fire. You're like, please, please, Godzilla, give me a fire. So I may find these poor, unfortunate souls who are freezing to death and getting the hypotherms out here. All right, let's go. Do I have fire suit? I do. Fire suit, extinguish the air. I have one on me already. Okay, good. Eventually, we'll work on it this episode. I'll get this pump working again. You know, I get people's frustration that mechanics change and they have to change something, but it's also like, you know, that's how innovation works. Something, you know, a new paradigm shift, things change, and you know, a lot of things get better. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, pressure update is awesome. You know, it's, you know, you had to rebuild some things. You had to do some things differently. But at the end of the day, you can do so many cooler things. Like, people are struggling with submarines. I will put out a submarine ballast tutorial. I wanted to get my big man sub done so that I had some sort of knowledge of how to actually do it right. And, you know, my system works great, so put that on. You know, a lot of people's just kind of physics engineering background isn't all that great sometimes, so it makes sense that it was confusing to people. But I just think the wrong action at a lot of times is just like frustration and like ranting, which I do sometimes. But you know, you know, it's you know, asking questions. There are a lot of really knowledgeable people in the community, and just kind of asking them how to do some things. Like, it happens to me a lot. Is I'll, you know, I won't have the best thinking on a certain thing, and somebody will come up with a better idea than me and get some inspiration from somebody else, and you come up with a better solution. You know, like somebody asked for help in build help last night. It took me like, I don't know, 30 seconds at most to load their build up and to find the problem, and it was something silly. And it was just you know, they had the fuel going into the air and the air going into the fuel. And you can imagine that person being frustrated for a long time with that, where it was a really simple, quick fix. But, you know, when you had somebody else look at it, you know, they had fresh eyes and found it quickly. And sometimes you get in that mindset where your brain's just not working. I talk about, like, I've gone to bed so many times, like, can't figure out what is wrong with my build. And I wake up in the morning and within 5 minutes it's fixed. It's because I was tired and wasn't thinking straight. You know, so sometimes reaching out and getting a little bit of help with that stuff. You know, so I love the new pressure mechanics for submarines. It's so cool, like pressurizing your tanks to help push the water out, take some of the load off the pumps. Understanding that small pumps are limited to 10 atmospheres, large pumps are limited to 60. You now realize that, oh, if I want to pressurize to 60, I need to have a big pump. Or, for example, let's say you want to pressurize, you want to move the same volume of air. Well, that means if I'm going to put it in a small tank, I can take a large pump and pressurize that air into a small tank at 60. Or I can take a small pump and I can put 6 small tanks and pressurize each one to 10 atmospheres, and you'll have the same capability, essentially, because you're able to... you know, by increasing the volume and decreasing the pressure, you now could use the small pump. You know, in order to increase the speed at which I load my ballast tanks, or if I load my airlock, by increasing the volume, for example, by adding more tanks or even pressurizing the room that it's in, allows you to pressurize more quickly, because as the pressure increases, it's harder and harder. It's like somebody pushing harder and harder on the door as you're trying to open it. And so as they, the harder they push, the harder it is for you to get that door open. And so essentially, you can increase your tank size, and that will decrease your pressure, and it'll make it easier. So stuff like that's really cool, and it makes it logical and intuitive. But you have to kind of understand some of those basics to be able to do it. Yeah, the one block propeller I think is a big thing. So I will make a feature request, put it on the feature request channel. You guys can, support that one. Hopefully they'll, it shouldn't be a huge deal. They came out with this, with these parts, which I didn't think are going to come out. And I think if the community has shown they really are happy with this. Like my update video is like getting a lot of views, which usually shows that that's something people are interested in. And a lot of the people have been thrilled. You see a lot of pictures today of variable pitch propellers in people's builds. People are upgrading their builds to that. A bunch of new players are thrilled that they don't have to try to learn the clutch before they can get moving. They can just, keep them running at constant velocities and put them forward back. That's really cool. I'm looking forward to it for like tugboats and maneuverable operations. I think Igor put one up of like one of his huge ships with that, like how maneuverable he can make it now. And so that was a really great update, great part. And, so I think if we as the community show the devs that, if you always get the stick, why do something? If you need your carrot and you need your stick. And so when they do something that is good, make sure you show them as much love as you'd show them hate for when they do something bad. That would be kind of my message is, if you're always getting the stick, if you're always getting slapped, why bother? And so it's like when something came out that's great, make sure you're showing them as much, happiness for that positive thing as you would for one of the negative things. Because that's how you get that replicated, because they're like, oh, the community really loves those variable pitch propellers. That's awesome. Let's reach out to them and see what other parts they want. It shows that, because we liked what they did, it gives them a good reason to do more. Shit, I meant to check temps. I never saw the temps. I think we're doing pretty well, though, with our temperatures. We didn't overheat. I'll have to test this more, but I'll put a copy of this up. And so we'll keep testing this version of Rijou. I want to make some more edits, and then I'll make this kind of the new version. But, that's how I think we're going to get more of those, like, variable, like, we're talking right now is like the one block variable pitch. By showing them that, hey, the community really loved this part, but they would also like a small version. It's an easy win for us as the developers to give them a 1x1 propeller piece. That is an easy win. And so when they're looking for an easy win, when they're like, oh, people are pissed at us, let's get an easy win, they can look at the list of things that we wanted that we were happy about. If you never show you're happy, it's hard for them to gauge where to go next, So that's kind of my my thought process on that. But I'll make a post, and you guys can support that, and hopefully we'll get it in there. One by two on a prop? How would you make a... That would be wonky. What's the best ship of the year? The voice change when he sees his thumbnail. They're crossing the Alps there, Owl. Ice and some cold. You going back to France? Loch Ness chilling in the water, yeah. How's it going there, Daniel K? How's it going there, CG? Ooh, there's a new mod, a new DLC. Oh my God, DLC! New DLC for VTOL VR that I want to get into. Well, it depends on what you're looking for, Benjamin. For example, it's very important to me to have realistic systems. Boats generally don't have electric radiators on them. Boats generally use heat sinks or water transfer coolers, and so that's why I do it. I really couldn't give a shit if it works better. I don't like metas. I like, in a car I put an electric radiator because cars have electric radiators. In boats I put what a boat would have. I don't shift gears in a boat because a boat won't shift gears. It's perfectly fine if people like to do that, but that's why I don't do it. Is I have no desire to have a unrealistic system. But the main thing is flow rates. Let me see if I can get the flow rates up here. Let's do this. Where's Klooch? Klooch. Port clutch. Let's save this first before I start dicking with it. Rezo. Let's do today's date. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, I put 2024. Let's not do that. That would confuse me later. Let's take this off. All right, so let's go ahead and rev these up. I want to see flow rates. Flow rates are like the most important thing for cooling generally in game. So. Alright, so engines are maxed. Why is the music still so damn loud to me? Alright. So, it's alright if they're oscillating a little. I just need them running. I can't go in the engine room here. Alright, we're not getting any flow, unfortunately. Why are we getting no flow on this? Oh, it's post-clutch is why. Okay, it's post-clutch. Alright, so that would be why that's screwed up now. It's post-clutch. No wonder why it's not working. Alright, let's do this. I'm just testing this anyway, so let's cut these out. That will do it. I just need I need the impeller spun up, and I need to not move. Because I need to sit underneath to check the flow rates. Alright, so we're revved up. We should be getting, the impeller should be turning now. Look at that. So 170 liters per second flow rate out of these. So that should be fine. This should cool fine. It looked like it was cooling fine before. This should be fine. Because that's a good flow rate. That should be fine. So there should be no issue. Impellers are my new way to cool now. I'm kind of thrilled with that because if you think about it, before we had to have two medium pumps. A medium pump is not a 1x3, frankly. A medium pump is a 5x1. Where is it? So this pump here, because, you still have to put some sort of piping on there. So it's a 5x1, essentially. So it's huge. An impeller is much more versatile, I think, with where you can place it. And so, like, if you were going to do radiators, the old way of doing radiators was you needed two of these to keep a consistent, like, 100... because we used to do 75 up, 75 down. Cooling, in some regards, is actually even easier now than it was. Because we can get really high flow rates. We can go much higher. We used to only be able to go to 75. So, like, you needed this much real estate just for one radiator. And now I can get the same flow rates out of essentially this amount of space. You know, so we'll put on apples to apples. So that is the space requirement there. So that's a 2x3. You know, so that is, I think, much more space conscious. I can work around stuff. I can have a lot of obstacles. It's hard with the obstacles in this because I can't customize as much as I can customize this. Oh, I have a wall here. I can't do that. Okay, simple, you know, I can rotate it, and now I can go up, you know. So I think these are much more versatile. So I've been using a lot more impellers now. But we're so I could even down gear that because 170 is the max flow rate on that anyway. So like I don't need that much RPS. Like I don't know what the RPS is on those engines, but I only need 7.2 RPS to reach 170 liters per second on the impeller. And so I should be able to put I could put another gearbox in there if I wanted, and down gear to take more pressure off the engine. But if you saw, like I said, my max speed was 46 knots. My max speed is still 46 knots. I'm not losing any power. Or that's not true. I'm not losing enough power to be concerned about it. Let's put it that way. You know, if my speed went down 5 knots, you know, you could say, okay, well, I'm losing enough speed that it's worth not doing it, you know. Why is the most recent one has no hood? I need to fix that. Oh, it's just the one that's called car. There we go. This is the one. Okay, that's why I keep bringing up car and thinking that's the most up-to-date version. It's not. Take the old hatchback out. But yeah, so that should be able to cool fine. If it doesn't, you know, it's getting the flow rates it needs. It's just a heatsink problem, which they should fix. You know, they need to go through and do a cooling pass. You know, for example, the 5x5 radiator is not the most effective, is not the most powerful method of cooling. Let's put it that way. The most powerful that, oh, this one's fucked up. This vehicle's fucked up. I forgot it is. This one needs to be worked on. It's likely the scoop. There's a scoop problem. But anyways, the, what is it? The 9x5 air-to-air cooler is actually is more effective at cooling than the 5x5 radiator, but it takes up a huge amount of space. And it's not that much more effective. It's like, I don't know, maybe 2% more effective for a huge amount of space. It's not worth it. But they need to do a pass where essentially it's probably like make it size based. You know, that would be something that would be cool, is just let them scale with size. You know? So if you have a lot of space, you could put it in your ship, a big air-to-air cooler. It would make sense to use an air-to-air cooler, use a liquid-liquid cooler. And then in your car, there's a reason why they use electric fan radiators in cars, is there's, you know, you're moving, so you have air moving over the heat exchanger. And when you're not moving, i.e. sitting at a stoplight, you're not revving very high. So the fan moving over can do it, can do a good enough job unless the heat's really high. And then when you're, you know, you're not having to pump that much with a car system. So, like, that makes sense to use an electric radiator in a car. It doesn't make sense to use an electric radiator in a boat from a practical perspective. You have tons and tons and tons of beautiful cold water that you're sitting on top of. It's best to pump that water out and, you know, pump it through a cooling jacket so that it will cool the coolant, you know. And so that, you know, the most effective thing in a boat should be a liquid-liquid. Liquid-liquids, as far as I'm concerned, should be the best cooling method in game. Because they are. You know, you're taking one really conductive material, liquid, and you're moving it over another really conductive material, liquid, and they should be the pristine, the number one cooling method should be liquid-liquid. You know, going to electric radiators should be like number 2, and then air should be number 3, frankly. And so that's how they should set it up, I think, to make it realistic. Because in a car, like in this car is not going to overheat, mainly because it's like, look, I have my foot on the accelerator, so the engine temperature is going up. I take my foot off the accelerator, and the engine temperature will start to go down. It's still going up because we're not at ambient yet, but, you know, the temperature out here is 29 degrees, so this will keep going up until we hit 29. But as I take my foot off the accelerator, the radiator is now cooling us more than I'm producing heat. So you don't really need a ton of cooling on cars. But on boats, on airplanes, things that you're always pegged at full throttle, you need a lot of cooling. So that makes sense to have really robust cooling systems in there. So like a boat should be able to take cold water out of the ocean and run a really effective liquid cooling system. Boats tend to be big. They should be able to have the space for that. Where a car is compact, you need a compact, expensive, you know, efficient system that will turn on and off, essentially. And catch up on chat real quick. That was a good little mission. Let's see. What are you talking about? You have to press R? Citrus? I don't know what you mean. Oh, B to R for the, oh, the rope lengths? Yeah. Yeah, rope lengths are R. No. So you don't recall your vessel every time you're trying to set up a rope length. Oh, you test in a sealed room? Okay. I tested in a sealed room, and as far as I know, it didn't do anything. It didn't work. Okay. I'll test the pump out. We'll fix that pump next. I don't make any missions, so I don't know how to do them. I use the in-game missions. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying there, Benjamin. I thought you meant the radius, and I'm like, you're gonna have a funky radius if it's off. Yeah, like if you look at the prices, electric radiators should be very expensive. You know, so that should be very expensive. They are the most expensive, but they need to do a pass on this. Like if you look at this, $700, $400, $200, that's good. Right, now look at your air coolers. So an air cooler is really simple. Air cooler is dead simple. Let's bring up paint. I'll show you how like you'd make an air cooler. So I wish there was a way on paint.net I could set it so it always does a 2560 by 1440, because I end up having to edit it every time, and it's annoying. All right, so like an air cooler, like here, we can make an air cooler in like 2 seconds. I have no printer hooked up anyway, so you're gonna screw me. Let's go back. Let's add a layer. So like if I was gonna make an air cooler, this is how an air cooler works. Okay, so you have a jacket. And on the front of the jacket, you'll put your intake. So this is where the air goes in. All right, so the air, we'll make the air a blue. So the air goes in the intake here. So this is your cold air intake. And then out here, you're going to have your hot air port. So we do another one here. So here's going to, oh, screw you there, guy. All right, then we take, this is going to be your exhaust for your air cooling system. So we'll go ahead, we'll make that orange. That's where your hot air is going to go out. And then on the interior of the jacket, what it's going to look like is you would then have 2 more blocks. Let's go. All right, so this is your fresh air from the outside, your ambient air. That's coming out hot. And then you're going to have 2 ports here. This is how they work in game. This is how they be in real life. And then what you want to do is you want to take in this case, you're moving water. You're moving, you know, your water in there. So let's go like this. Let's take the arrow off. All right, so then you have a pipe. Grab the wrong one. You have a pipe in here. So here's your pipe, right? So your water is going to go in through here. So you have your water. and you have your cold, you have your hot water come in here. So I don't know how to make hot water. Make hot water darker. So you have your purple hot water there, and that goes in there. As it goes through here, it's cooled, right? So then you have your nice cold blue water come out here. So that's how an air cooler works. So this is just a pipe inside of a tube. And so the air comes in, and so the water is hot, and it heats up the metal. So this metal here becomes purple. Let's grab purple. It becomes purple hot, right? So you get hot, 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 hot. So you get nice hot metal on the outside. Metal is a good conductor. Air is a poor conductor. Air is an insulator. Water is a good conductor. So it's heating up the pipe, and now as the air is going through, it's starting to get more and more orange as it's grabbing the heat from the pipe. And as this is going through, because the air is now taking that heat, it's getting colder. And so you start getting, the pipe will start to cool off because the water itself is getting cool. And then you get cold water comes out. And so you're giving that heat to the outside air. So you're essentially going air, 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 and then eventually the air will get, be grabbing the heat, and it will get hotter, 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 and the air will head out. And so that's how the air liquid coolers work. The problem is air is a conductor, air is a insulator. Air is not a great conductor. So you need a really high airflow. Like we get like 599 liters per second of air moving over. We need that much air going over the hot tube because the air cannot take and hold that much air. Air cannot take and hold that much heat. So then if you switch this system over to a liquid, we'll do the same diagram. You move this over to a liquid. Let's see, 50. So if you do liquid, it's the same type of thing, but now you have a liquid in there, which liquids are much better conductors. They want to take that heat a lot better. So you would have your cold water go in there, and then you have your hot water, you bastard, come out here. And so that's the same as the liquid we have in game. Liquid should be the most effective system. You have you have three good conductors. You have metal, which is a good conductor. You have water, and you have water. That's your best conductors. Your worst system is going to be air, because, if you passed air through your jacket of your engine, it's going to take very little of the heat from your engine. So if you pumped air through the jacket of your engine, it would take a very tiny amount of the heat from the engine. Then it would go in here, and yes, it would cool down, but it wouldn't be taking much. So that's why they do liquid in the engine pretty much exclusively. They'll put coolant through the engine. And so most of the systems are going to be liquid for that. They're going to be liquid air in a car. In boats, they use liquids, and that's the most effective way. That is the best way, is taking a bunch of good conductors, and you're able to conduct the heat really well. When you do air liquid, you have an insulator and a conductor. It's not the ideal situation, but where are you getting the water from? You could theoretically fill a tank in your car with cold water at the start of your day and piss it through your coolant system, and then stop at your next stop and fill up with cold water. That would cool your car really, really well, but you would constantly be running out of liquid. And that's why we have air-cooled engines, is because we have copious amounts of air. And they have very few air-cooled ships, because why? We have all this beautiful cold water right here, which is a great conductor. It's better to take the conductor than it is the insulator. Let's read some of this chat here. But, and that's how they should scale it. Liquid should be the king at all points. A heat exchanger is liquid. The heat exchanger is the same thing. The difference is instead of having water come through this jacket, all you do on a heat exchanger is you put a bunch of fins. So you put a bunch, let's put them up here. So this is all the heat exchanger does, right? The heat exchanger has heat exchanging fins. So they're solid metal. They don't have to be solid. They could have gaps in them. We'll do two different types. You could have gaps in here, or you could have solids. So what happens here is the hot water comes into the jacket. The water is a conductor. The metal is a conductor. So this is a solid piece of metal. And as the water heats up this whole area here, it also heats up this solid piece of metal. Because it's a solid piece of metal and it's a good conductor, it conduct a lot of the heat, and then it will radiate that hot water. If I can find the dropper. And it wants to radiate that heat out. So this will radiate this will radiate heat out, and now you have all this beautiful cold water that is in contact with it. And so as it goes through the ocean, it's giving all of its heat off to the ocean. And then you could also, if you wanted, you fill this up with, this would be hot water in there, and then these would fill and they would give more to it. But those are the different types of radiation heating cooling systems you could have, and that's why we have the heat sinks look like they do in games. So like we bring up the game and the heat sink in there, so the heat sink should be super effective as well, because you're taking this finned piece, and so the water goes in there, and then all the heat will go out to these radiating fins. And as the water passes over it, that's why it's channeled like this, so the water will go over it, and it will steal all the heat off of this, and it will cool it down, and it will take the heat. So, you have a radiating heat exchanger like that is a really good system. But, so they need to do a balancing price. Electric radiators should be very expensive. Liquid systems should be dirt cheap. They are. The prices are fine. Like, if you look at the prices, what's a heat exchanger cost me? $300. 5x5 is the most expensive. It's $7. 2x2 liquid heat is $30. It should be cheap. All it is a sealed box and a couple sealed pipes. That's all it is. And so, of course, it should be cheap. Same thing here, $50 for the big one. The little one here is $400. So they have the pricing correct. I don't think they have the rates of cooling correct. This one's $200. Why is that cheaper? Because it doesn't have a fan. So if you don't have a fan, you don't have to have an electrical system running in there. You don't have to have the actual fan components. This one's passive. The water pumps through, and the air, as you move in your car, it cools down. If you stop, it won't cool very well. Here's your air liquids. This one is the most effective in game. Where is it? This one here. This 9.5 is the best cooler you have in game. So this thing here is really good. This is the most effective one. It should be. You're pumping liquid through here, and you're pumping air through. Actually, liquid should be the best. Should be second. And so you're pumping your liquid through here, and air, which is not a good conductor, goes through here, and so it's trying to strip it out. But look at the size. So this should still be very effective because of its size. So the devs should balance it where if it's huge, it should do a great job. And so this should be huge, do a great job, and it's cheap. Look, it's only $150. So that's the good balance for it for money-wise. Just make this really effective. So the way I think this should be the king. Okay, 100%, this should be the king. And then we should move on to, what are these? Air airs. Air airs should be way on the bottom of the list. That should be the most effective. It should probably be tied with the heatsink. The heatsink is smaller, I think. So maybe this. Then we go into this. And then these should probably be somewhere in the middle. These airs here should probably be somewhere in the middle. That would make sense from a realism perspective. The money is good. They just need to boost some and dump some. Just reading some chat here. Yeah, you don't have to make anything realistic. That tends to be why I do it. But you don't have to make things realistic. It's just that's why I do it. Some people follow the metas. They always want the best no matter what. I want, I balance it. I want realism, and so for that reason, I do liquid. Liquid should be the best, so I always do liquid for a boat because it makes sense. Air electric for a car or passive air. Yep. Yeah. Hamish just explaining like what I just drew. Unironically, when drag racing, they cool the intercooler with a ice water tank for that reason. Yep. Yeah, exactly. You know, it makes perfect sense for a drag car. You know, you just take a bunch of ice water. You know what would be even it would be even more ridiculous, but would be better is do salt ice water, because the salt allows you to get a lower temperature. So if you did salted ice water, you would get the best. Well, you do liquid nitrogen, you'd be even better. You know, you get like you start getting highly compressed liquefied gases. You'd be getting really good cooling on that. But of course, you know, for daily driving, it's not effective. You know, it's not cost effective either. I would like a 1x2 heatsink. That would be neat. Yeah, that would be nice to have. Yeah, the electric radiators, and you know, if you look at the price structure makes perfect sense in game. They don't need to work on that at all. That's good. That's done. They just need the effectiveness because, like, that is cheap and should be cheap, cheap and should be cheap, cheap and should be cheap. This one's 15 bucks. That's great. You know, so for example, my ultralight uses air cooling. So like if you look at the ultralight here, it has a scoop, right? So when the wind is blowing or we're moving forward through the air, we get flow through this scoop. So the flow comes in, it pushes through, and it comes out the ram. So the ram right here. So it goes in and through, and then I pump water through. So the water pumps through to cool the engine, and then the air blows itself through. So this is the most compact cooling system you can have. So, you know, that's kind of cool. I've already put in a feature request. I would love to have air-cooled cylinders. You know, the other thing I could do is put cooling fins on the top of these and make them too tall. So, for example, like they could take these, make them too tall, so now your cylinder heads are, like, they don't even need to make them, like, they don't need to physically make them too tall. But what they could do is make them so that they're, like, say, 1.25 tall, but they take up 2 blocks. So in-game, they take up 2 blocks, but they have little cooling fins on the top. Now, ideally, you wouldn't do that in real life. You'd put them on the sides. I'll do one more quick diagram. We'll move on. Some people enjoy the diagramming, some people don't. So like, you know, talking... I love to shit on Harley Davidson whenever I can, so we'll do that. But, like... You know, Indian took one of the Harley Davidson motors and made a lot more power out of it. I think they doubled the power, and they did it by liquid cooling because, you know, this is what an old 1950s motorcycle engine looked like. That's what pretty much every Harley Davidson is an old 1950s motorcycle because they're all boomers. But here's the motorcycle engine. Okay, let's put a. Let's, I need to put in a layer here. All right, there's a layer. All right, so here is the Harley Davidson's modern 1950s motor that they never changed because their boomers would stop buying them. So here's the outside of the cylinder. That's the cylinder wall. Here's the inside of the cylinder. So you have two components. You have bore and you have stroke. All right, so bore is this. That's the width, the diameter of the cylinder. All right. Stroke is the height of the cylinder. All right. So in an old 1950s, today's Harley Davidson engine, right, the piston has a very long stroke. And the reason the piston has a very long stroke is you put on cooling fins. So you have cooling fins that are on the side of the cylinder. And why do you put them on the side? Because you have a long surface. So the wind can easily pass by these cooling fins. So as the piston goes up and down, up and down, up and down, right, it's giving its heat to the interior. So if we grab a brush, so it's giving its heat, right, to the cylinder wall. And because this is the long cylinder wall, right, the heat goes there, and the air blows over here, the nice cold air goes on the side of the cooling fins, and it cools the engine. So you want a big stroke. Now, there's problems with this, right? You have this long stroke going up and down, up and down, up and down. And so I'm trying to think of like some of the issues with stroke here. So you have a big force going back and forth. And so you start to get into an issue where you cannot rev very high because the distance here and the distance here, it's constantly slamming back and forth and back and forth. So what a lot of modern engines do, let's say, I don't know, Honda, who knows what they're doing, Honda builds an engine, a cylinder that looks like this, right? And the interior of the cylinder looks like this. And they don't put those silly cooling fins from 1950 on there. They put on a modern water jacket on the cylinder. And now, if you look at bore and stroke, they have a very, very bored out engine with a very short stroke. And because you do that, right, what can you do? Well, you increase the RPM of the engine. The engine can go up and down, but it goes a very short distance. So the forces are less as it's going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And so this can weigh, this doesn't have to weigh a lot, right? You don't have a huge, long connecting rod. The connecting rod is doing nothing but adding mass to the piston. So you're adding a ton of mass with a long connecting rod. This can have a tiny little short connecting rod. So that's not a lot of mass that's doing nothing but making it so that your bearings break. Because, you know, I'll do a quick draw here. So, like, here's a connecting rod. Here's a Harley connecting rod. Okay. And here is the Harley piston. All right. Big, long connecting rod does nothing to help your engine run more powerfully, right? Just adds mass. And then right up here, you have a bearing. And here's how your connecting rod connects to the piston, right? You have a bearing there. And so the problem is, as this goes up and down too fast, if you rev a Harley over, I don't know, 5 RPS or something, 10 RPM, something. I got a lot of Harley shade. If you rev a Harley up over like 5 RPM, you'll break the connecting rod and send the piston free, and then the connecting rod comes up, hits the piston, and your engine disintegrates. So now you take a Honda engine. You see, I'm a Honda guy. But you take a proper Honda engine, and now you have the piston head, right? And the piston head is much wider, but the connecting rod is imperceptibly small, right? So there's your tiny little connecting rod. And then you take your bushing here, your bearing, and so you haven't added much weight on this connecting rod, but look at all the surface you have now. You have a lot of surface. So now you can ignite more fuel. You have a lot more surface to push off of. And so this moves tiny bit. It goes like this real fast, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. This one goes up, down, up, down. That's why a Harley sounds like that. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Look at me, 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 look at me. Right, and then you have one over here that goes, I drive a Honda, I'm a nice guy. All right, and so the benefit with this is, you know, you have a water jacket, right? Water's a good conductor. So this piston can go up and down, 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 up and down. And this water really effectively takes the heat away from the cylinder. This needs a really long stroke because you need to be able to have a long distance to have a long fin. The longer the fin, the more heat you can transfer. So you need this long stroke in a Harley to be able to air cool it. This can have an increased bore, can have a short stroke, and can still cool much better than this. So this is the 1950s that they still make today, and this is a modern engine, you know. So a lot of Harley shade going on here, but you know it's just stuck in the past, frankly. And it's because of their customers. The customers, they've innovated. They made the V-Rod, which was a good bike, good liquid-cooled bike. Their customers didn't buy it. You know, every time Harley innovates, their customers don't buy it. And they do some disgusting business practices themselves, but their customers don't buy it because their customers are stuck in a rut. They want to be they want to be the Fonzie from 1950s. You know, that's who they want to be. Oh, you're going, Zachy? We'll see you later, Zachy. Sorry I missed that. Yeah, they're starting to do more nodes per blocks. I'm glad with that. I think they broke that. They've gone more to composite, which is a good thing. Yeah, no Harley party. All right, so that's air cooled there. Let's see, what do we want to do for a mission? All right, got some good money here. Let's go ahead and check. Yeah, it's a simplified explanation of what's going on there. Not going into each and every facet of the engine. All right, let's go ahead and we will sleep. Got a mission here. What are we looking on time here? Pretty good. Let's see. Oh, nice. Looks like Monk is downloading Arena, so he can be frustrated by it. I did a live stream of Arena the other day, and my video got partial monetization for the swearing. It was frustrating. It was fun, but it was frustrating. It's tough when you can't talk to your teammates and have a good strategy. That's why Tarkov's not a great game for playing with random people. Blue speedboat, I don't want to do that. I don't want to drag a boat around right now. Yeah, it's an over-exaggerated explanation to talk about the heat transfer of the unit. Holy Jesus. Did I sign up for only going to Urine Wind? Holy mother. Look at all of them. I wonder if they boosted those too, because they increased the payout on some of those transpo missions because people were asking for it. And they, I'm getting a ton of them now. See, like, I'm getting service mission after service mission. Like, look at them now. I wonder if because they boosted them up that they're just giving me 1,000,000 of them now. The nice thing is if I could connect a string of these suckers, we could do them all at once. Cover a shark cage. 30 meters isn't bad. I just got 13 tow missions in a row. Oh, yeah. These are too many tow missions. This cage one's not bad, but I don't want to spend... I'm trying not to... I'm going to wrap up here soon, so I don't want to spend too much time going and transporting. I don't want to commit to a 40-minute mission here. So let other people who want to drag boats around do that. So one thing I was thinking would be kind of cool is those boats that sink to lift up ships. That would be kind of cool to build one of those, and then like we could go sink and actually bring the boat on the back of our ship. You know, with the new home ship, I should be able to grab those with a crane and put them on the back too. Oh my God, look at this. All right, what's that? That is a lifeboat distress. Okay, they have activated the transponder. Usually if the ring's this big, it means it's a transponder mission. Let's fix that thing on Vrigeau, and then take Vrigeau has the transponder locator on it. Yeah, of course. You know, if you do too much of a bore, it was an over-exaggerated example, but if you do too much stroke and not enough bore, you're also losing the ability for heat transfer as well. That's why they're squared engines. You know, you have undersquared, oversquared. I'm doing kind of the extremes to show what the extreme example is going to be. And I'm also making fun of Harley by showing that they have an old tractor engine on them. So, greater context of what I'm saying here. Let's see what's up with this. It has an impeller. Should be going through there. Why is this having problems? Valve. What is up with this? Make sure all my valves are going the right direction. Let's see what flow rate is on this, because this pump wasn't working. The fluid in. What is that? I'm trying to remember why I hooked this up the way I did. Oh, this is because this works as a ballast. This works as a bilge system too. So this will bilge out. That's why. Okay, this bilges out, so I can turn on that. I can turn on that fire hose, and it will actually suck out some of the water. That's why. So this is the bilge system here. It bilges here and it bilges out here, and it pulls through. I had this valve backwards, so now that's correct direction. And then this should be, let me see there. Okay, that should be the input here, and that's backwards. So that's probably what it is. Probably why. Probably just put them all backwards. I put it backwards because it's microcontroller. It's not going to work now. So let's grab this and all right, so that's the input there. That's out and up through. This should be in here. Okay, and then, yep. Okay, that's input there. And then this should be flipped too. I screwed all these up here. Outflow here. So this is like doing two different jobs. So that's why it's a little bit funky. I was trying to test this. They probably need an air relief. We'll see if it needs an air relief. Slow down. There we go. Okay, good. I need to turn the systems on, or else I can't pump. Why won't that go? Okay, water pressure, that's 60 atmospheres. Did I change it from B? Is it not B anymore to open this? Okay, it's R. Okay. Alright, so now it's working again. Let's see where we're at here. Low pressure. It's not too bad. That's usually where I get to. I'd like a little bit more distance. Let's see where we're at here. See what numbers this is running to. Could just put a different, I could put a large pump on there to keep it, it might help with 60 atmospheres. Check what I have set for the pump setting on here. Pump right here. Okay, constant of 1, so it's running max. Might switch that out. Let's test it real quick with a large, see if that gives us more consistent pressure. Oh, you know what it is? It's the ports. It's got to be the ports are the limiting factor. They're only pulling 10 liters per second, so that's probably what it is. Probably pulling only 10 liters per second out of here. I bet that's what it is. All right, so we're not going to be able to get more if it's the ports causing the issue. So we'll figure, I think it's the ports then. All right, so let's save this. And then eventually I'll put this in the workshop as the updated version once I make sure all the kinks are worked out of this, but I think we're good there. All right, let's turn on the transponder locator and go find this. We're going to test the cooling on this. All right, we're getting a beep already. Right there. I can see it anyway, but here, let's fog ourselves in a little bit. So it's right ahead of us, but we'll kind of... Did they change the sound of the beep? $13-ton missions is nuts. Give you a submarine recovery. That'll be fun later, though. You know, that's one of the things that, you know, I talk about, like, people getting bored in the game, and one of the ways to, like, not get bored, and it's, like, building that home ship. Like, I'm excited now, and I have a lot of things I want to do because of that. Like, all these missions that are, like, recover this, recover that, it's like that thing has a really good crane and a really big back section on it, giggity. And so that really makes it so that you can easily... so, see it's speeding up. That makes it so that you can easily go do some of those missions. So it's a good it's a good motivator to kind of like keep progressing. Like one of the reasons I keep like trying to grab missions is I want more money so that when that ship comes, I have plenty of cash. So, nice, real fast beeps now. I don't know if the beepers. I thought it was. It's going. You can hear it's just quiet. We're going right to it anyway, but I tried to do an array. The array doesn't work. It's not sensitive enough. What I was essentially going to do is it did like 4 transponder locators. There was forward, aft, left, right, and it would tell you which one had the highest beep rate, and it would direct you towards it. See, it kills the transponder too once you get close. I didn't notice that before. But that would be kind of, you know, so I tried an array, but you actually don't have that much variation in it. So, like, you would have to have them very far apart to make any sort of difference. So, I couldn't get it to do it with my little array. But it's essentially going to show you if which is closest, left, right, forward, back. And so you would turn until you got the next light. So it'd essentially be like, all right, it's more left than it is forward. And then you'd be like, okay, it's more forward than it is left. So you would know kind of which direction to steer. But I couldn't get the array to work right. It's not enough distance between them. Compass. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, really? It's not the port? Okay, I'll stick a large on there, see what I can get. You notice the anchor grabbed the fire extinguisher there? Want to make a beacon triangulation for my Dornier. I tried it. I couldn't get it to work. You can do a triangulator, but I was trying to just do an array. So the array wasn't really working well. I couldn't get enough distance. I couldn't get enough differential on them. Cause like it was logging the beep rates, and I couldn't get enough differential to get it to work the way I wanted it to. But it'd be cool if you come up with a solution for it. I'll have to look at it. Damn, girl. Alright. Yeah, wingspan might be able to get it done. I think I did it in the workbench. Let's do a quick array and see what we can see from it. I don't think I want to get into it because I'd have to do. I'll pull up the array I had and see if I can show you. I know people have designed triangulation systems. I was just trying to do it like a realistic array, and I just couldn't get to work. Oh, you know what would be neat? I might be able to do this though. I could probably make a big enough array on the ground. And so you make a ground array in-game with an add-on. And you launch the ground array, and it would tell you the GPS coordinates of it. That would be kind of an interesting thing. To be using a ground tracking station to tell you where it is. That would be kind of interesting. I don't like it to be too easy, though. I kind of like the beep system because it's just simple, and you actually have to do something. Like, if it tells you, hey, just go to these GPS coordinates, it's kind of like, oh, yay. What's the point of having a transponder mission? Because it tells me right where to go, you know. All right, check temp. Temps are good. So, I wasn't out here long enough to see if we'll overheat, but I'll put Vergeo on autopilot and test it sometime. I'll send it all the way off to the east or west. And let it kind of cook for a little while, see how we go. let's not. I was initially gonna have that dude follow me, but he was gonna end up crushed between the dock or something. And I'd have to resuscitate him. Let's jump in here. Pre-warmed vehicle, yeah. It'd help on the cold days too, especially. Yeah, like doing like a thermal pass could be kind of cool. Like I would like to see the ability to refrigeration. That would be something that would be good with fishing. Like essentially, if fish are at a certain temperature for a certain amount of time, they go bad. Like so, fish would go alive, dead, bad, rotten. You know, live, dead, rotten would be kind of cool because, for example, dead fish would be bait. Live fish would be would sell for higher than dead fish, and then rotten fish would you could sell for fertilizer or something. Would be kind of cool. And then you bait your traps with either live or dead fish. You know, and then when you put them in, like if you're fishing around here, you would need to have a live well plumbed into a coolant system. That would be kind of cool. I built this car when I rewatched Entourage because they have a Cadillac Coupe de Ville convertible like this with suicide doors. It was kind of cool. I wreck already. I'm gonna be annoyed. What are you people waving for? You're already rescued. Yeah, this is the place that's not despawning people, so I might have to find a solution to having people that don't despawn. Because it's starting to slow down my game. Wonder if I shoot them in the head if they'll rot. The most peaceful of thoughts. Yes, yet. Could do a little bit of a shooting spree on to end it. Could just take them and dump them somewhere. Put them all in the ocean somewhere. They'll probably all glom together and lag it all out. Yeah, let me spawn that array and then I'll probably take a break. Yeah, dump them for the fishes. Bait my traps with them. All right, save this. Yes, a little bit of the Shredder 4000. The Shredder 4000, when you need to destroy all of humanity. All right, let's go, see if I can find that transponder array. No. I must have deleted it. Yeah. Because I had it set up where essentially this is kind of what I was doing. Let's see. So like essentially I was doing. So essentially like doing an array of locators where like, for example, I was trying to get it so that it go on the roof of one of my boats. So yeah, essentially like this 4 equidistant, or yeah, 4 equidistant like this. And so theoretically, if the transponder was here, right, you measure the length xy, and so the length xy would be 3 blocks from this one. If you measured the length xy from this one, it would be, you know, I can't get the diagonal to drag correctly, but essentially that. So that one would be, you know, 4.5, 5, say 4.5 on this one. So this one would be closer. So it would be showing you that you're closer forward back than you are left right. Now as you got up more, so as this one started to shift, so for this we would continue to go forward. So we continue to go forward to get to this one. Then eventually it's going to be like that, right? And so now the transponder has a len xy of 2, and this one has a len xy of 3. So now what it would be doing is it would be showing that this one is closer than this one. So now it would say, okay, you got to go left. So you start going left, and then it would go back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. So when this gets to here, essentially, it would be equidistant, right? So it would go flash, 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 which would tell you that you want to go directly this direction. So you would go directly to it. So now you've triangulated, and so you would turn left 45 degrees. So you know that if I'm getting equidistant pulses between left and forward, it's 45. It's about 45 degrees. So you would turn 45 left, and then it should be right. If you turn 45 left, you're now one off. So it would be right there. And so now that would be beeping that it's right in front of you, right in front of you, right in front of you. So you've essentially you've deduced where the heading is of. So you found your bearing essentially to the transponder. And now that you found your bearing to the transponder, unless you drift, which you'll drift a little bit, but unless you drift, you're going to be going straight towards it. And so now only the front one will ping, and so you'll get right to it. And then if, let's say, you are real close and you just pass it, if you go like this, right, now it's going to be still reading the front, but as soon as you go like this, oh, crap, we passed it, you know, and then you would want to turn more to the left, and then it would go back to here, and then it would go back to here, and then, you know, it would be, you know, it'd be somewhere in the front 180 arc. So you know, it was essentially an arc finder, so it'd be finding your arc. So you'd be on your front 180 arc, side 180 arc, and then it would be flashing faster. So you'd know we're close, and it's within my front 180 arc. We're close, it's within my 90 arc, you know. But that was kind of what I was thinking, but I wasn't getting fast enough rate changes. They're too close together. The differential is too small. I think I even tested it with something like, the problem is, like, you could theoretically on a big ship, like on Triton, I could put one port starboard, you know, bow stern, and I might be able to get a big enough array that I get a differential to tell me where to go. And then theoretically what I could do is beam that information to a helicopter. And so what that would do, and so if we know where Triton is and we know where my helicopter is, I can then calculate the differential there and then add on the differential here. So, but yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is I moved quite far away, so there's no, you know what it could be? Actually, Hamish might be onto something. Let's do something here. Let's do this. Let's try something here. I think Hamish might be onto something. You know what I think might be keeping them active? The oil deposit, or here. If we look here, I wonder if that's what's keeping them active. That could be it. What am I doing? Map. Custom. There. This is active. this has a keep active on it, and this has a keep active on it. So I'm curious if the keep active on these two is keeping the people active in this there. That could very well be what it is. Let's load the chunk, see what the chunk looks like. Let's see what the chunk is on this. Because I think it's based off the chunk, isn't it? So let's find the chunks. Where is the chunk that they're on? This one's always hard for me to find. Right here. So this is the Meyer chunk here. So that's short of it. So let's so that's the chunk that our base is on. Where is the chunk for the hospital? Hospital chunk, where is that? It's hard to find too. It's kind of just looks like open desert. Maybe this one, I think. No, I'm not gonna be able to find the chunk, but yeah, that could be it. But the chunks are usually pretty small. I would think that they would despawn, but I guess not. That could be it. Yeah, Hamish might have the idea there. Yeah, so let's try something. So I wonder if the keep actives here are keeping them alive and well. Right here, let's give me a teleport here and see what's up. We'll try something, see if I can get rid of them. So hopefully the only thing that is active are those two bases and not the whole chunk. Let's save this real quick. It was a small oil spill. It happened. I left a hole in my jet fuel tank when I was building the refinery, and I pissed some oil out on the ground. So I put that little oil buoy out there. It actually sunk to the bottom because it's full of oil. So it is working. It's cleaning up slowly. I just need to empty it and dump another one out there. All right, so let's teleport back, see if those jabronis are gone. That could be it if I get far enough away. Maybe the chunk. That way I can get the chunk to disappear. But it could be the keep actives. Yeah, see, I think it's the keep actives. So here, let's test this. Let's go ahead and let's go to the Arctic. Again, get off that chunk. Let's clear all vehicles. All right, so the oil rig is gone, and this is gone, and anything else that was in the world. Let's save this as despawn test. Let's first, before I even do the save, let's teleport back, see if they disappear. And then I'll reload the save and then test it that way. They're gone. So that's it. It's the oil rig and the oil rig and the other thing that are keeping them alive. All right, so that figured it out. So let's see. I'm gonna fix my bug report like you should if you figure out what's wrong with something. So I'll sign in and fix that bug report so that the devs look at it, they know that's why it's causing, and they can either choose to change the behavior of that or not, because that's the problem, is I should be able to keep my oil rig up and have the people disappear. But pretty sure it's the oil rig. Let's see, my issues. That's my feature request. Okay. Trying to see what it's called. I have the oil rig active with a the oil rig active at this, with keep active on the same island as St. Alexander Hospital. And I despawn the oil rig. Despawn should be a word. All right. So fix that. So I think that's what it is the keep active on the rig or on that buoy is keeping the people in the world because it doesn't want to despawn that chunk. So the chunk is staying in. The people are on the chunk. It's not getting rid of that chunk. So it would be nice if they would despawn everything but where the oil rig is. But it looks like they must be keeping the bigger chunk active. So that seems to be what's going on. Let's see. Let's make a feature request. You guys can like this if you want. So, let's see. More variable pitch ship props, please. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to change torque with RPS. It's labeled RPS, so we'll change that. I'll read it off to you guys. Let's see, torque. Oh, come on. Where's that? Alright, so this one, if you guys are... Port Elevon, huh? RPS. Alright, so let's see. More variable pitch ship props, please. Loving the new variable pitch props. I'd like to see even more. For example, the most needed is a really small prop for small boats. Small boats, especially with outboards. A 1x1 prop, either standard or variable without animation or with, would be excellent. It would allow for more compact small builds. The current small prop is oversized for such applications. It is currently essentially a 1x6, including the RPS connection. Adding this 1x1 prop would bring it down to a 1x2 footprint, including the RPS connection. So that is going to be on the Discord. You guys can add that if you like. You can click it if you like, but that I think that would be a good one to make it so that where's the link? I don't see the link. Where's the link? I don't see the link. Anyway, but I think that would be good for making it so that especially things like tiny little boats, outboards, like I showed you with the Career Build Series boat, like it's way oversized and it makes it really difficult to be able to. Makes it really difficult to be able to fit some of that stuff in there. So by getting a smaller size, so if you guys are interested in that smaller size, go ahead and star that, see if they'll add that, because and I would say give them some praise for that if you like it. The new variable pitch propellers, they certainly get a lot of negativity every week, and some of it being justified, but you can't take a slap all the time. You do need to have your carrot when you do well. Like I'm looking at my weekly update video from yesterday. It is my #1 video recently because I think people really like that. So make sure if you do like that, make sure that you let the devs know, because that's how we get more of the stuff that we want, is by telling them, hey, this was a great update. Having some good inputs, good. We'll see you later there, Alex. That's really good. Let's look at a couple of these really quick. Let me see. My issues, see if anything's been addressed. NPC's not despawning. I added that. That one's an old one. Okay. There's my air-cooled cylinders for modular engines. Okay. Let's see what I want to see what people are having issues with. Coaster wheel loose, grip on runway. Just randomly freezing, stuck on launch screen, getting desync immediately when join, no fuel usage. Mine's using fuel, so I don't know. Maybe they have infinite fuel on, don't know it. Industrial diesel furnace doesn't exhaust. Yeah, that's a known issue. What is this? That's real helpful there, guy. People wonder why they get banned from this. Steam engines are severely underpowered, huh? Why? Mine works fine. I don't know. I'm not using nuclear there, so maybe that's just a nuclear issue that I'm unfamiliar with, but probably they're just not building the steam properly. Let's see. Bugged physics ralted to... Okay. A lot of people asking for Windows, which is pretty normal. I don't know. I haven't tried selling diesel. See what this steam mechanic bug not working is. This is 4 days ago. Steam pistons don't behave as they should. Mine seem to be working fine. Boilers are capped at 2.5. Yep, and they're going to stay at 2.5 as the devs have already stated. I don't know. My steam pistons are working fine, so I don't know what this dude's having problems with. Steam plane. That's always nice to a steam plane. Okay, so just a weird build that is very unrealistic. Anyway, let's see. I kind of like going in here, seeing what people are having issues for. This helps with what, like, tutorials and stuff I need to make. Infinite ore, don't know anything about that. Some speed, slow down. Again, you know, what's going on in your world, you gotta kind of look at that. Let's see. Engine exhaust not working. Plane disappears during flight. Firebox fluid system is broken. Mine have been working fine. Fluid system. Oh, yeah, the exhaust is not currently on. But see what else going on here. Large guns in space. Okay. Game. How do you expect them to like work on something when this is what you put for your title? At random, game drop 2 FPS. Okay. Like, is that just a venting post, or do you actually expect them to help you with that? If that's the post you put. You know, you can help yourself get your stuff looked at by making it. Make a title that somebody knows what you're talking about. Make it so that it's something somebody would want to look for. It's like when people put a post on Reddit or on Steam that says help. You know, like, you know, if you don't know, like, help, like, that's not really great. If you like, I could use some help with my Steam engine, you know, something like that. Somebody who likes to work on Steam would help you with that. You know, like if somebody doesn't know anything about Steam, you get 20 posts of people being like, well, I don't know anything about Steam, but you could try this. Well, that's not helpful. You know, so it's like, help yourself by putting a good title and being descriptive, you know. Like the person I helped yesterday on Discord was very descriptive, and they put a workshop link. Like generally one of the first things I do when somebody asks for help is a workshop link. I ask for the workshop link. You know, this person, you know, they said, can somebody help me figure this out? I'm starting a new build, and I thought I knew what I was doing. My fuel tank is leaking. It spawns with fuel, but empties quickly. Air is rushing through the intake. Went off. I just want to get the engine running. So they put a workshop link. It took me less than 30 seconds to get on there. First thing I did was delete the link to the from fuel, and I looked, and the pipe and the fuel was going into the air intake. I looked where the air was going. Air was going to the fuel intake. Done. Helped. You know, it took 2 seconds for me to figure it out. If they didn't put a workshop link, what you'll get is you'll get people like, oh, it's broken because of pressure. Well, it's not. And so that's not helpful. That person might just give up because of that. And then they're like, you know, somebody would be like, oh, did you put on a liquid valve? Well, you don't really, you know. Yeah, I did. Okay, well, I don't know then. So it's like, easiest way, put on a workshop link. So if you want help, the best thing to do is make sure you put enough info that people can help you. Let's see. Game crashes. So I'm just curious what's going on with some of the things people are having issues with. I'll have to check out. Citrus was saying that the large pump was pumping better through the ports, so I might try that with my fire hose for Rijo. Fuel buyers broke, warhead buoyancy, throttle sticks. I don't know. I'm not seeing too much of the same type of stuff here. Some of it's people's just not building very well. Some stuff is known issues going on right now. But it's not like there's a consistent one post that everybody's having issues with, you know. So, like this one, pumping air in causes smoke inside. I think that's the carbon dioxide. That's my guess. Is every time that carbon dioxide goes through the fluid filter, I think it's registering as exhaust, because I think the exhaust is just pumping out carbon dioxide essentially. And so when you have like a 0.05% carbon dioxide in your air, when any of that carbon dioxide goes out, it triggers the sprite for smoke. So it looks like there's smoke pumping in, and it's the carbon dioxide moving. You can decrease your particles, and that will go away. Okay. Ships don't sink seems to be an issue for a lot of people. Like here. Let's see if I can get a ship to sink. I've been seeing this one constantly. So let's play with that really quickly. I see this constantly. Let's see if I can get something to sink. I'm going to make a quick one. Yeah, I like the exploding boilers. I can see why they would take it out. I don't agree with it. You know, they probably did it because they're afraid to make things too difficult. Like, you already have to worry about pressure now. I don't agree with it. I think they should have left it in. But I can see why, you know. I could see it as a balancing choice of they're afraid that, you know, the players who might not know very much um, about certain mechanics, you know, can't get an engine to run, get frustrated. So I don't agree with it. I think they should just, like, you know, be like, oh, it's, you know, you got to keep it under 10, you know. But yeah, so I'm all for that. But you know, I think it should have done it as atmospheres. For example, like, let's say the pistons can take a maximum of 60 atmospheres, right? That's the new thing. Pistons can take 60 atmospheres. Okay, that works fine. Then what you'd say is the boiler can go to 120. Anything over 120, the boiler pops. So you have to keep your boiler under 120. Well, the pistons can only ever take 60. The pipes can ever only take 60. And therefore, you can pop your boiler. But so essentially, what do you want to do? Make less steam. So you would decrease your steam or do a blow-off valve. You know, that way it's kind of, I think that would be good. So let's see if we can, sink a boat here. Or what we'd have to do to sink a boat. So let's see. Is it possible? What would one have to do to edit their sinking ship survival? I watch these YouTubers who like to do this content but never show me how to actually do it. Video. No. Boat. Let's do this real quick. Barrow. We know what the exterior barometer is going to read anyways. It's going to read... It's going to read 1. Outside. All right. All right, so this should read about 1. Yep. Go inside. This should now read about 1. Yep. How can the water come in? We have 1 atmosphere of pressure pushing in here. We need to get the atmosphere down in here, so that still won't do it. Okay, that's fine. Now let's take a pump. Let's actually take a big pump. Not that it's really going to be needed, but we will take it. It's too tall. Okay. You don't have to go that low anyway, so. You know, people that ask for moon pools, I say this is why this is the way it is you can have moon pools here. You know, they're not all that complicated. You say it's pretty damn easy to do a moon pool. Let's depressurize the room. So what are we at here? Once we get below atmospheric pressure, you can see the water looks like it's starting to come in. I should have put a liquid gauge on here. What are we looking at there? Pressure-wise, we're at 22 atmospheres. We need more tanks, but I should have put a liquid. You know, this is essentially a moon pool. We should be filling. We are filling. You can see we're getting the water plane coming in. I should have put a liquid on there, but here, let's do this real quick before we get going too much. I want this to go faster, so we'll increase the diameter of the tanks. That will make it so that this is easier to fill because the pressure can be lower because the volume is higher. Okay, and then I want a liquid. Let's do a gas too. All right, let's try this boat. All right, so equalize pressure outside, inside. It gives us a moon pool. All right, so currently the liquid in here is rising. Why it's fresh water, I don't know, but it's coming in as fresh water. So what's ambient pressure doing in here? It is going down. The differential isn't very high. So we definitely should be able to drop the pressure in here now because I closed the top. So we should be getting an increase here. Because, you know, the lower you get the pressure, the faster the water is going to come in. The higher it is, the more resistant force it has. So by opening that top hatch, it's going to equalize us out to ambient. So we'll play with that a little bit. Let's get a little water in here, and then I'll swap it out. All right, so this is the benefit of using those huge tanks. Like when I filled the small tank, again, the higher the volume, the lower the pressure. You're putting the same amount of air in, but you're not having to pack it in. You have space to put it in there. So that's why I put two huges on here. This is going to be like, we have more than enough space to put this air. I don't have to really pressurize it. So the pump never has to work hard. And that's why I'm doing it, is just for speed. So like you see, we're up to 5490. So essentially what they do, I think they just oversimplified this. They made it so that if there's no, I think it's probably if there's no pressure differential, there's no water leakage. That's probably what the devs did. And if they did that, the problem is, like, here, let's stop the pump really quick. So look, we have pressure differential now. So we're at 0.93, 0.94. Right there, we're at 0.99. So there's more pressure outside, right? So that is causing the water to come in, right? It's coming in. It's still coming in, right? You see it's still coming in. But when we go door open, it's still going to come in. Did it change the rate, though? That's the question. I think people's main complaint is they like the sinking ship nonsense, or I think it's nonsense, but whatever. They can like what they like. But and the rate is slow now. And they want a fast rate, which, you know, if you want a real fast rate, you're going to have to vacuum out your room, I think. So that's probably what it is. I don't know what a good solution for that is, because you can't have you need to have the ambient pressure equalized. What they could do is change the rate. That's what I would do personally, change the rate. So the rate of water transfer through a hatch is faster. I don't know if they have that as a set number or what, but that could be it. Like, if you look at the number, it's coming in reasonably fast. It's not super duper fast, but it's reasonably fast. Like, here, let's do this. So, like, worst case scenario, like, if you want your ship to sink, like, if you're trying to do the sinking ship survival stuff, then, you know, put a pump on there, see what this looks like. Like, hide a pump in the wall somewhere. Yeah, because essentially you just turn this into a big ballast tank is what you're doing. You know, I wouldn't, you know, they could change the rates a little bit. I wouldn't mind that. That wouldn't pick my pocket too much if they did that. Like, here, let's do this. Yeah, so there are some changes they could make that would be kind of minimal that I think could change this. But I don't know how much it's going to affect other systems. That's the problem, is they're trying to balance these systems out. You know. All right, so like pump, dropping the pressure in here. All right, pressure's going down. So like the pressure went up in here, and the reason I think it was, the reason why the pressure's over, like, see we're at we're like 0.1, 0.1. I think that's because the water is pushing into this room. We could confirm that. We could see the water is pushing in, which makes sense. As the water pushes in, the pressure is going to grow. That's how you do a moon pool, is the pressure outside is 1. The pressure inside is greater than 1. Well, the pressure inside the vessel is, it's fighting the water coming in, essentially. So it creates a moon pool. Then if we turn on these, we're increasing the rate at which we fill. So now you can see we're getting, I don't know why it's running freshwater, though. That is weird to me. I wonder if it puts anything in an enclosed volume as freshwater, unless you pump it in. That could be it. Could be passive transfer is only freshwater. But like doing a vacuum and a pump system is reasonably fast. Can you still pump us to sink? Like if I open the top hatch, we should be equalized. We are equalizing. You can see we're just barely equalizing. Yep, we're equalizing. The rates are the same. So you can definitely still pump water in. It's still coming in quite fast. It's not, you know, it's not sinking us instantly. But it's coming in. And eventually we will sink. Let's try something real quick. Because most people, I think, that are complaining about this are the kind who want to just do, like, sinking ship survival. And it's like, if you're already going to doctor it to sink, then why not just doctor it all the way up to get your desired results? If you're like, oh, I banged into the wall and I want to take on water, so I have to go run down there and try to, I want to run down there and I want to try to bail it out in time and then bilge pump and that stuff. I get that. So, all right. So let's see if our rate increases. Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at it. Look at that. That's increasing fast now. See how fast the rate increases. That looks like it's going faster with more ports in. But I can't confirm with actually running the numbers. But you should be able to sync it. It's just going to take some time. You know, they could change the rates. They could gamify it a little bit more, increase the water transfer rates. Because again, we're still dealing with what's this rate here? Like that's 10 liters per second. Like, they could increase the rates, but, like, you can make moon pools. Is what I care about. I don't really care about sinking. I care about moon pools. I actively try not to sink my ship. Let's put it that way. You know? So, like, we could do this faster by closing the top hatch so we don't equalize. Let's draw a vacuum in here. So the rate should be going up now that the pressure's dropping because the pressure is helping push the water in. Yeah, so it definitely looks like the rate went up, or 10 liters per second. We might not get a big rate change out of these. Let's see. Do we get a rate change out of these? Not really. So, yeah, I think the fluid ports are still part of the limiting factor. It seems like water transfer through any sort of port, whether it be these ports or these ports, are just woefully too small. Like, that's just too little. Like, you know, we have a cap limit right now of 170, I think, on pipes, maybe. I think it's a 170 pipe cap, maybe. I'd just make these fluid ports 170s, make the hatches 170s. Like, we're sinking reasonably fast. Like, of course you'd sink faster, probably in real life, but is it necessary? I think they should do some balancing on this. I think that would make people happier, is to do some balancing on this. Get a faster flow rate exchange. Delta P should probably be higher. Change in pressure. Delta P should be higher, I think. I think liter per second should be higher on liquid. I'm curious if they have a hard number of how fast water can go through hatches. I'm curious about that. Because, like, we're filling up pretty fast. Is it like instant? No. But if like your goal is, okay, I hit the dock and I want to be able to, I want to have to run and shut my watertight doors. I want to have to go and use my bilge pumps. I get that. That makes perfect sense. Like, we haven't really been sinking, quote unquote, sinking that long. I can come down here. I can shut my watertight doors. You know, I can shut my watertight doors. Okay, good. I can, you know, my watertight doors are shut now. Okay, good. I can enable my bilge pumps. My room is now pretty full, you know. So I get it, but I think they need to just, if I were the devs, I would increase the rates on fluid ports and I would increase the rate on these. And I would not expect any of this to change until it all changes, because I think they're going to have to address fluid ports. And it would not surprise me if the hatches get the same change at the same time. It's probably the same type of system running them all. Is how fast can water go through a hatch is X, How fast can water go through a fluid port is why. I wonder if I hooked up a like a login system to these hatches. I wonder if it's at 10.3 liters per second, because they could be exactly the same. Because that wouldn't surprise me if this is at 10.3 liters per second, and these hatches are at 10.3 liters per second, and that's why people can't sink their ships. Is the hatches are allowing the same rate as fluid ports. So I would keep an eye out for that. I think at some point they will work with that, because people have been quite vocal about, I can't sink my ship and I can't do raw water cooling, and it would not surprise me if they are tied together. All right, let's read a little list chat here. Zacky's back. Yeah, I would like exploding boilers back. I understand why they did the changes they did, but I think they can still use those new changes and put in a blow-up mechanic. You know, shouldn't be any reason they can't do that. Like, if a piston can only take 60 atmospheres, which I'm all for, a piston is perfectly strong enough. I have no problem making plenty of power piston. Let that ship that I've just made now would go 40 knots with 2 4x4 pistons. You know, so that's plenty. They just need to make it. They need to put a mechanic back in that would blow up the boiler. I think they would help. We'll see you later, Zachy. I think it would help the community if they said, "Hey guys, we acknowledge that some of the community would like the boilers to explode again. We'll certainly look into that. We removed it for ease of use, and as we're trying to balance the system, since a lot of people want it back, we will bring it back, but we want to make sure we balance the systems first. So we do intend to bring it back at some point." I think that's a good community outreach message. You know, but what are you going to get? You're going to get people to read that and they say, "Oh, the devs said next week they're going to bring back exploding boilers." And then I'll have to go in there and be like, "Where did they say that?" Because you didn't even read the article. And then you're going to get a bunch of people in that who then read that person's post and say, "Oh yeah, Dev said next week we'll have exploding boilers." So I do not fault them sometimes for like being quiet on that stuff, because the community cannot, some of the community cannot handle it. I went, yesterday's video, I talked about the guy who literally the week after read the exact opposite message of what they wrote, and then spread that rumor, and then a bunch of people in the comments were like, "Oh, what, they're giving up on the game?" And it's like, oh my god, dude. Because people just, like, they can't read. And it, and so, like, I don't blame the devs for being quiet about what they're thinking, because, you know, some of the community just doesn't even bother to read what they write. And then it gets misconstrued. It gets purposely misconstrued. It gets accidentally misconstrued. And then they're spending their time cleaning up messes that they didn't even create, you know, that the community created. They did that when a bunch of YouTubers were like, the devs are not updating the game anymore. They're working on Not So Much too. And it's like, you guys missed completely what they said. And then like 2 weeks later, the devs came out and go, "Nope, we're still working on Stormworks. We're going to be working on Stormworks for a long time." You know, so it's it can be frustrating trying to deal with the general public at times, it seems. They greatly nerfed the speed of the hull leaks when damaged. Yeah. Yeah, I think they'll buff this at some point. It's got to be fluid rate transfer, and I think at some point they're going to change it. It's on a long to-do list. You know, let's put it this way. Personally, I would rather that we got the variable pitch propellers than them make it so that I can sink my ship faster, because I don't care about that. So sometimes you're going to get what you want, sometimes you're not. And so for me, this last week, I got what I wanted, variable pitch propellers. Some people don't care about variable pitch propellers. All they cared about was sinking their ship because they've never built anything in their life and they're never going to. And that's fine, but I think those people need to realize, you know what, some people got what they wanted this week. Maybe one week I'll get what I want, you know. Let's see. Floatable compartments are an important part of righting capsized vessels. It's not that complicated, though. Why is this complicated? You reduce air pressure below external air pressure. Fluid can go in more readily. You can still pump into a ballast tank. You don't have to vacuum out a ballast tank to pump it in. But does it help? Yes. Would it help in real life? Yes. There's nothing complicated about ballast. It's perfectly logical, and it makes sense. I have my submarine. I just spent weeks working on the submarine live on stream. The ballast system works perfectly. Take the air out of the ballast tank, put it in storage tanks. That creates a low pressure in the ballast tank. You know, fluids want to go from areas of low pressure, fluids want to go from areas of high pressure to areas of low pressure. So if I decrease the pressure in my ballast tank and I pump water in, it's going to come in faster. I showed you guys that you can just decrease the pressure in the volume and it will let liquid in. It's not complicated, Henrik. I don't know, and it's perfectly logical. So you can easily make logical systems to make that work. Yes, absolutely. This is an issue. Opening this should let that go in faster, because what's happening here is when I open the bottom, it will let the water in, but at some point it will pressurize the air in here. And so yes, absolutely. When I open this, it should let the excess pressure out. The problem, let's shut these off really quick, get a pressure balance. So like the problem here is what should be happening is the water should be coming up. All of this air should be pressurized, but because the hatch is open, it can't pressurize, so the air will escape, and that will allow the water to come in faster. Absolutely, I agree. But I don't know how easy that is to do, you know. I hope they accomplish it. I do. But, you know, they're going to have to do it. And it looks like, if you look here, Hamish, if you look, we have 0.99 outside. We have 1 atmosphere in here. So currently, we have a higher atmospheric pressure. So what I'm thinking is the water is coming in faster than, or the pressure inside is not leaving fast enough. So I think that's a consistent issue of the pressure is not going through the hatches fast enough. The pressure is not going through the damaged hull fast enough. I think it's a pressure rate balance problem is what I'm thinking it is. So hopefully they balance it, but I think that's what it is. You know, from testing, it seems like that's what it is. Yeah, I don't think that's the intention. You know, theoretically, if you could pump air in and maintain a positive pressure, you would push the water out. But there was a cool archaeological pump system I just watched last night. It's essentially a tube and it puts it on the bottom of the Thames, and they increase the air pressure and it pushes the water out, and then people can walk on the seabed of the Thames, the riverbed of the Thames, and do archaeological stuff. But of course, you know, the air is also going to go out the hole that you made in the side of the ship. So yeah, they definitely need to balance it 100%. I get it, you know. But I think that's what it is, yeah. Yep, I agree. So yeah, you just need to they're going to have to adjust it. They know, you know, if you look, we both looked through all the bug posts people have put, and it's can't sink ship, can't sink ship, can't sink ship. So I think they're going to address it at some point. They'll eventually get to it. But, you know, it's again, they have to decide, well, what are we going to lose to do this change? And so it wouldn't surprise me if they are working on some, you know, they've got a couple iterations of what they're thinking and none that they're happy with. And when they finally get one of the iterations of their tests they're happy with, they'll probably change it. Yeah. Yeah, but I agree. You know, that's the problem. It's 100% the problem is these hatches are not letting air out fast enough. And because the hatches are not letting air out fast enough, we have a barometric pressure of 1.0009, and my water is coming in very slowly because the air pressure outside is less. Now, this air should be going out of this at a really high rate, and that should allow this to sink faster. Like, I haven't had my pumps on, I haven't had my vacuum on in a while. We're still sinking. It's just too slow. And that's the issue. It's a rate issue. So they definitely need to move some decimal places. Absolutely, 100%. I agree. But, you know, that's, I think, what's going on. How's it going? Is mi nombre de Polaris. How are you? All right, so I think we're going to finish up here. Sorry about that, Polaris. I finishing up just as you got here. But I will. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. It's Christmas Eve tomorrow. I may or may not. May take a couple days for that. But thank you guys for watching. Thank you to all the members: Side of Mountain, Connor O'Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, Amanda VR, Citrus, and Rasmus. Appreciate you guys for being members. Thank you to Chicken Sore for being a patron. If you guys are interested in any of that yourself, you can go down in the description below for that. If you have not liked the video, I'd appreciate it if you liked the video. If you liked it, that helps me out. And if see some new people in here today, if you did enjoy yourselves, I would appreciate it if you subscribe. So thank you guys for watching. Appreciate you guys, and we'll see you later.